That's all right.
Well, what's up, Purple Acorn Network? Chris Russell here from RecTech Podcast, and I'm at the early show here on the grounds of RecFest in Nashville 2025. So thanks for joining us. And I got Matt over here. He's from Perfect Hire, a new startup in the space. So we're going to talk to him a bit about what he's seen this week and his startup here. So Matt, good morning, and how you feeling today?
I'm a little tired. We had our launch party last night, so we're here. We're driving.
Where'd you guys party at?
We had an after party at Redneck Riviera last night.
Oh, okay, that was
yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah. The BFF party.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was ours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm glad you were there.
That was a great. That band was great, man.
Yeah, Monty.
Monty and the Monsters.
Yeah. Yep. So I actually found her about 5 years ago, and I had to make sure she was here.
Oh, so you knew her?
I knew her.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that was you.
Yeah.
Now I didn't remember.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So
you were going on the microphone.
Yeah. Sadly.
Doing stuff there. That's awesome, man. That was a great party. But,
Good.
Nice. So what do you think? This is your first RecFest, I assume?
Yeah, this is my first RecFest. It's my first year actually in the whole recruiting HR tech space. So it's so far RecFest has been amazing. The people here, the network, the community, it's all been phenomenal to just kind of jump in with and really get to know people.
What have you learned so far about operating in this space and just the network and stuff?
It's a very tight-knit community, which I love. I love that. I'm a very big community-oriented person. The other thing is people want change, but also very afraid of change. And the changes that some people have seen don't really solve the problems of what they were hoping to have. And so that's kind of been our mission jumping into this space, to really create a differentiator in that market, to be able to allow those voices to be heard, to be able to invoke change and promote, the recruiters' needs and HR needs as we go forward.
So describe your product for me. What does it do?
Yeah, so Perfect Hire, we are a talent management platform. We are debuting our ATS Plus on Monday. Actually, it's officially launched. And then we have our smart scheduling that is launching at the second week of November as well. ATS Plus, people kind of question, like, why the hell do we put a plus on it?
Okay.
But for us, it's because we wanted to we basically stripped down every ATS that we've seen. And, my years in sales enablement have really allowed me to view a bunch of different tech stack that is out there for sellers. And I kept looking and looking to try to figure out where is that for the recruiters. And that's what we rebuilt. We rebuilt basically a Salesforce seismic outreach platform, but for the recruiter, to have fully customization, to have fully automations, to really drive performance of recruiters, to manage not only their sanity, but also their health scores. So that way we're not overloading recruiters, we're assisting them, we're enabling them without having them to really lift a finger or set anything else up.
And is it powered by AI, I assume?
I really, really hate that, but yes.
You have to have that buzzword now.
I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of the AI word. But yeah, so
it's
there
really
is
just an underlying technology that facilitates the workflow, right?
And it's funny because, after all of the research and stuff like that, AI's been in recruiting for years by screening resumes and everything else like that. Like, it's not anything that's revolutionary or new anymore. So, there is AI elements that are in there, but again, it's not something that you have to prompt or you have to engage with. We have all of it, basically build all of it for you all on the back end.
How big's your team?
So we are a great team of 10. So we've got 5+ engineers that are working with us, and they're phenomenal. They really came together the last 2 months to really finalize the product, put it all ready to go. And then we've got, my head of sales, my COO, we've got strategy officer, and myself. So we're keeping it busy.
And have you sort of beta tested it with customers at this point? Where are you in that process?
Yeah, so we have 6 design partners as of right now. And we've been beta testing and QAing with them for probably the last 6 months. And so every little iteration they've gone on, we've done a demo with them, we've tested it out, they've used it, came back with feedback. Now here we are, we're ready to launch on Monday with a full baked out product.
Okay. What's the launch plan here? The marketing in this ecosystem here is a tough challenge for any new vendor.
Yeah.
It is about building your brand in part, but you also have to have a great product. Talk to me about your strategy here.
Yeah, my going back to like my years in sales, right? Like marketing is such a ebb and flow type of thing that's happening
You
right
got the
now.
party thing down.
You got the party thing down, yeah. And I think honestly that's
a good start.
yeah. So I think in this space, right, another ATS is just another drop of rain in the whole storm, right? And so we had to make sure that we were, golf ball size hail that came in and made some waves and really like introduced ourselves. And I think that was part of it last night with our go-to-market strategy was let's host a party, let's partner up with Kyle and Co. We are talking with a bunch of other, individuals throughout the entire space as well too. And, we're going to gradually continue to make that name as a small startup and bootstrapped and just, take it one step at a time throughout that market.
What do you think makes the product different in your eyes? Give me a sense of some of the features maybe.
Yeah, so where our product differentiates is, we have our dashboard, which is incredibly, unique compared to most. I would say we took the Aura Ring mentality of like, what was your sleep score? What is your, fitness score? And we brought all of that into the recruiter's workflow and days. We have their tasks ready to go for them at the very start as soon as they log in.
A recruiter Aura Ring?
Recruiter Aura Ring. Yeah, we're getting it here. So yeah, we've got all of the metrics, and when we showed some other people, just that homepage, they were like, I don't need to see anything more. Like that is enough for me to be able to do my day and do it effectively. So we've got that, and then the other thing that I know, like a lot of recruiters or hiring managers are oftentimes like stressed out about is the questions that are being asked during interviews. And so what our platform does actually is we actually take the resume and the job description and the company values, and we take those topics for each interview stage to basically drive out those interview questions for that hiring or that interviewer to go to the prospect. So that way they have direct access and direct questions to ask around the experience.
Yep.
Not only does that help out the interviewer, helps out the hiring manager, helps out the recruiter, but it also gives that candidate better experience saying, oh, they actually dove into my resume a lot to actually understand who I am.
Nice. You guys have a booth here?
We do, yeah. So we're on the demo station. We're on the other side over here, DS38.
Okay. What's been the reaction at your booth so far? Like, what are potential clients telling you?
Yeah, I mean, we're hopping. People love the energy. They love the people. The product itself, I think, is selling it. I think it's just getting us in the door with high energy is number one. And then being able to really drive home and closing it with, a product demo.
Yeah, very cool. Any other shows on the horizon this year?
We didn't even know if we were going to be able to do this one. So, you talked about go-to-market strategy, right? Like one day at a time.
Yeah.
I figured it out. We did Unleash this year as well. We're looking at it possibly again for next year. But, I'm always game for more.
Yep.
I think trade shows are awesome. I think it's a great way to network.
Did you go to HR Tech at all?
I didn't. No.
And that's a good show for partnerships and they have a big startup pavilion there. They get
Yeah.
Pitch Fest, so you can potentially do that next year maybe.
Yeah, I love that. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. So I think Sonic Jobs won it this year.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was there. It's every September, October.
Sweet.
right
Yeah.
around this time, so.
Definitely want to make sure that we hit up quite a bit next year going into it. I can't afford them all as a young company, but we're gonna really be strategic on how we're going into each one of those this year.
Were you raising money last night for something?
Yeah. So today is actually World Hunger Day,
Okay.
and so we have, as far as like, we wanted to provide an impact as a company, not only just to the recruiters but to the world itself, and so we partnered up with Rise Against Hunger, and so for every demo that gets booked with us or sit down, we're donating $100 on that company or that person's behalf to be able to give back to World Hunger Day. And then also, for every social post that goes out, we're dropping another $5 on top of that. So tag away, drain my wallet, and give back to World Hunger Day.
Nice. What time we got here? We got a few more minutes, I think, right, Hal? How much time we got left? All right, well, I guess let's end it then. End on a high note, right, Matt?
There we go, yeah.
Right,
Stop by, come see us. Perfect tire.
Good to meet you, and good luck with the product.
Hey, appreciate it.
All right. All right, what's up, Purple Acorn fans? Chris Russell here from RecTech Media, and I've got Adam Meekoff. He's Director of TA for Marksman Titan Security. You right, Mark?
Yeah. hey, I get it.
Right, Adam?
What's funny is the CEO.
Still early yet, so.
Yeah, the CEO founder, his name is Mark, so I'm always like, wait, what now? So yeah, Marksman Titan Security.
Nice. Okay, so you guys hire security officers, I guess, or what's your
Yeah, so we
hiring
do
background?
security officers all across the country. The best way I can say it is there's security officers running around RecFest right now.
Yep.
We hire those type of security officers. We also do armed for high-end individuals and high-end properties. As well as we do a lot of for commercial, like warehouses, data centers, and things like that.
Would you consider that a high volume type of hiring roles? Or?
Yeah, we're all high volume front end hiring. I think my team right now, we're averaging roughly 110 hires per week.
Wow, that's a lot. Did they get trained first, things like that, or what's that like?
So are you talking about the recruiters?
No, the actual people you bring in,
yeah, so a lot of them
Talent.
most of them have security experience, and depending on the state, they have to have certain certifications. So we have to go through and make sure they verify it. But yeah, then we'll come bring them in through an orientation to show them what day in the life is. We'll do CPR, AED training. We'll have to do, obviously, I hate it, but it's real. We have to make sure they understand active shooter training. We've had some scares, and the team has done fantastic to make sure they call the right people and bring them in. So yeah, we're actually merged with another company out of Chicago, Titan. They actually do another 100, 110 a week too. So we about 220 people per week. Our team hires across the country.
What's the average hourly rate for a security guard today?
Typically, anywhere you can range. It's a little bit bigger, but because it depends on where you're at in the country. But roughly 15 to 23 an hour. Yep. And we need them all. So if they're out there, if there's someone connected on Acorn TV, send them my way.
Now, what's working for you as far as attracting them online goes? Is it Indeed? Is it other job boards? Give me a sense of how you're using that recruiting marketing spend.
We had used quite a few job boards, but we narrowed it down. Indeed partnered very well with us in the way that we can do our sponsored jobs, and we can do the XML feed through our ATS, so that it's actually quite seamless. And I know other ones do it. Indeed's just the one that has partnered and done really well for us. And we have a really strong relationship making sure that we're watching our click to apply, our drop-offs, and everything like that. And they, my account rep, he's fantastic. He has alarms set up on his phone to check mine periodically each week to make sure that my our XML feed's working properly. So we've done very well. In certain cities, you get 200-300 applicants, but then we have places that are in the rural area. If we get 30 applications for a job, we consider that one of the greatest producing applications ever.
Nice. Let's talk tech a bit. You just told me before the show you've implemented a new ATS. So what is it and how did it go?
Yeah, so we implemented Greenhouse.
Greenhouse, all right.
Yeah,
My
so it was
ATS.
Yeah, they. I didn't really. So I've used ATS in my past as a user when I was in recruiting, and I didn't realize that they were actually strong with high volume, and they had some really strong vendors and that they've used, and we got some great references. We RFP'd about 5, narrowed it down to 2, selected Greenhouse, and they partnered with us so well. We're doing it in phases because the way our contract of our last ATS did it, and the
What
way
was your last one, by the way?
iSIMS.
Go ahead.
Yeah, iSIMS. So, and when we went to it, they're actually allowing us to keep our tech consultant and our configuration consultant through December because we're doing this in phases, which means a lot to me and my counterpart on the Titan side, because we get to have our weekly meetings, and they help us audit to make sure that we're auditing the right things and making sure that our KPIs are in place and stuff like that. So they've been fantastic so far, and my team's always said, wow, everything moves so smooth through the system. So far so good. We're enjoying it.
Nice. What about Greenhouse do you think pushed them over the edge for you guys?
For me, it was their improvement on their analytics. I used them about 3-4 years ago, and I told my rep, I said, unless your analytics have changed, I'm not really that interested. And he's like, okay. And he knew that if I didn't see my data side that I wanted, and my CHRO is really big into the data too, and I knew that was going to be a hanging point. I knew it could handle the volume of candidates that we were doing based on how it's built. I love their open API structure and how they integrate into all of our vendors. I was really concerned that their data and reporting hadn't gotten better, and it really has. They're really helping us create some pretty awesome lifetime dashboards and reports that our C-suite can have, because our C-suite really watches our vacancy rates because of, in our industry, you typically don't bill for overtime. So when you don't bill for overtime, that directly hits your bottom line. So you really need to know what your vacancy rates are at, and keep that as low as possible.
Is turnover a problem in your space? Or?
Yes, it's the hardest thing for me to accept is that I'm never going to be able to beat turnover in this industry. The national average for security is over 100% turnover.
Really?
So I hate it, and it makes sense. It's a frontline hourly worker, and as I tell people, if someone can make 50 cents more an hour, they're like, well, that's only 50 cents more an hour. I'm like, that's $1,000 a year. $1,000 a year can break down to $80 a month. That's a cell phone payment, and if someone can get their cell phone and not have to worry about that bill, I will never fault them for taking a new job. So a lot of times, we're battling with a lot of these other frontline hourly places, fast food, anything like that, and I say, so you're not going to beat it because these people are literally. And I come from an hourly worker, so I know this. I worked in a factory. I built blenders, and I know how, like, if certain shifts made more money, people try to get to shifts or different roles because it's the livelihood of your family. So we're never gonna. I hate to say that we're never gonna beat it because we can never continue to just pay more. But
so what's your message to these candidates? What's your EVP? I guess what are you kind of selling them on?
So if people work with us and work hard and show up and everything that we ask. There's tremendous growth. I have literal people in my company that started out as a security officer and now are VPs, and I have our COO was a security guard at one time and just worked his way up, found it, turned it into a niche, and I mean, the career's there. So, when we interview, it's not only can you do the job, this is what your requirements are, but like, what are you looking for? If you're looking for a career, and maybe in the beginning you go, I'm not quite making as much as I want. If you have to do something for your family, I'm never going to fault anyone. But if you can stick it out and your situation allows you to stick it out, there is a career here where you can have, the best way I can say it is it's going to be stable.
Yeah.
Security isn't going anywhere. And there's a career where you can make quite the living for your
job
family.
in security.
Yeah, the magic word that we're hearing around here, AI. I haven't found an AI bot that can take over a security officer yet.
Well, they got those drones now. Like the police have drones and stuff.
I mean, if they get a drone that's big enough and strong enough to pick a person up that's acting a fool, then maybe I'll start to worry. But I think I'm okay right now.
Yeah, it's a good question. Do you have any roles where you're watching like cameras all day or something?
Oh yeah, we actually have people that started out in the field and they moved into what we call our security operations center, our SOC, and they'd literally be watching cameras. It's funny, we actually have some people in our company, they'll do that, but we have some people that we have walking positions, and they actually love it because on some of our sites, you're walking on average 20,000 steps a day. You're getting your steps in. So, some people are like, this is great.
Like and a paycheck.
Yeah, we love it too because we love we're such a great entry point for people coming out of the military. You're coming from the military, you're so structured, you don't know what to do yet, but you're great at protecting.
Yep.
And you're doing all these amazing things for our country, and we're like, hey, we can be a good bridge for you. And that's why I said I'm not going to beat turnover, because a lot of times we'll have people start with the military with us, figure out what they want to do now that they're going, and they go, all right, I'm gonna move on, and we applaud them for it. But that's what our sell is there is an actual true career here if you want it.
Any other tech besides greenhouse in place at your company, or
other
tools you might be looking at?
Grayscale. We started using Grayscale for our texting platform. Yeah. It integrates so well in there, and I got to give them props, man. They can customize some crazy stuff with Grayscale. My recruiters are like, I didn't know I could do this, and this.
How big is your texting component of the recruiting process there?
Huge.
Where do you use it? Tell me the places you put it in, and give me a sense of that.
It's actually in every step. We will actually, a lot of our places, we will text first. And Grayscale comes in great for that because you can customize, you can make templates so well. And then we do it for every interview stage. We'll even do it to say, hey, we can text offers out too. So when we can, the hourly worker typically, they don't have time to step away from their shift if they're working at 1:30. They're in the middle of their shift, but you can send a text. And, so that's what I really like about that.
Do you require a resume for applying, or do you kind of just make
some
form fields? Or?
We don't. We have it set up to where you can upload a resume, but we also have the where you can just build your profile, because a lot of people do it on their phone.
Yeah.
And that's the other part that Greenhouse is good about. It works well on a phone, so that they can be at work and be like, I want out of here, and they'll just
Greenhouse is one of the first companies that ever put the job description apply right at the bottom of the description itself, the form.
And
to me, that was like a no-brainer. Like, why was every ATS doing that?
I know. I mean, we used to have to like remember the pages you'd have to click.
Yeah, you
Do you like
click
this?
apply,
Like,
then
yeah.
so
So that's a huge thing for our industry because it allows people to move quickly and apply the way they want.
yep, it's all about speed and
Absolutely,
frontline hiring,
it really
right?
is.
So, first RecFest.
Actually, my third. I've been here
Third.
since they started
Oh,
here,
nice.
so
Awesome.
I loved it.
It's great place to hang. Where else can you wear shorts and walk in grass here?
I know I'm a little jealous. The old school parents in me always make sure that I had my long pants
Yeah,
on.
I forgot
and
my
then-
shorts this year.
And I watch everybody with their shorts, and I'm like, I'm not the smartest person.
It's
out
casual,
there.
Adam. It's casual.
Can't help myself.
It's casual Friday here at RecFest. Every
Yeah.
day. But, awesome. Well, great to meet you, Adam. Let us know what's happening with the company in the future, and thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
All right.
Thanks, Chris.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of RecFest. Alan, which one is the camera I should be looking at?
This is your
Camera one?
This is your wide shot. This is your close-up.
Awesome. Well, we are back. We're back at the fairgrounds. It is day 2 of RecFest 2025 here in Nashville. I'm Adam Poser. She's Carrie Corbin. What's happening?
I'm here.
And that's half the battle of day 2 at any of these events. If you could make it for a 9:15 interview, that's half the battle.
It is.
Well, Carrie, we should get a gold star for our effort, for at least the minimum level of effort to get here this morning. But we're here on the Purple Acorn Network, and I'm back. I took a little hiatus, but I'm back here on the Purple Acorn Network. Happy to be here and happy to be speaking to you. So for everyone out there, please let everyone know who you are and what you do best
So
professionally.
Carrie Corbin. I have been in this industry for a long time. I co-founded a recruitment marketing advertising agency, Hopefully Marketing Group, and we're about 5 years old. And but previously, I was on the client side. I was a practitioner. I've been with a lot of big brands. Some you may have heard of: AT&T, American Airlines, Dell.
Some small little companies.
Yeah, small little companies. Where I, built employer brand, led recruiting strategy before I decided to kind of go out on my own and do it for more companies than just one at a time.
That's an interesting one. I love talking about the pivot and when I speak to founders. So let's dig into that a little bit. When did that game plan come into vision to leave corporate and do your own thing?
Well, I was.
Funny story.
Well, I was a single mom, so I was part of the early breeder program in Oklahoma. My daughter she just turned 29.
The early breeder program. We'll double back on that one too.
But I've always been very, I guess, just ambitious, goal oriented. And pretty successful in my career, but it's definitely not without its challenges. So I knew early on that at some point I was going to go on my own. So when my daughter was probably about 8, I finished my business degree, went ahead and got my MBA with the intent of at some point I knew I was going to own my own company. I just didn't know when. Was
that a hard transition for you?
No, it was once she was out of the house, I was like, I'm on my own. But when there's a you're a single parent, you're providing for another person. It's harder to take a risk when you're in that situation. Providing for a family, versus when I'm just on my own. Much easier to take that risk. But
Yeah, so you roll the dice and you bet on yourself and you go for it. But you knew you had the experience, you had the Rolodex, you had the clientele. What was that first time early on when you got punched in the face as a business owner? Maybe you expected something to turn out different.
Honestly, I feel like we got really, really fortunate with how we started the business. So Amanda, my co-founder, was at Baird Advertising for many years, and she was at Monster before that. So both of us brought 20 years of experience and relationships into the industry, and that's part of it. It's like we had built so much capital and credibility over the years that we really got out of the gate pretty hard and had a lot of early success. And
you had the momentum in the wind.
We did, and actually this year's probably been the hardest year, just because we're like fully in, like 5 years in, like we're a real grown-up business with a team, and it's the business side of just, we've just been really fortunate. But it's the business, it's the actual running of the business part that's the hard part, right? We know what we're doing on the delivery side.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
That's the work.
Yeah.
But yourself as a leader, how did you have to evolve as a leader now that it's your company, people working underneath you directly? This is your co-founders, this is your business, this is your baby.
Yeah.
So how did you need to evolve as a people leader?
Well, it's just, I've been a people leader for many years. I've led a lot of teams, but there's definitely a difference when it's your company.
When it's your company,
right? And there's that moment of your team is never going to ever have the hustle at the level that you are because it's not their company.
You can't expect them to.
Right. And so that's where it's like really managing those expectations of, So we've actually been pretty generous with how we've set up our PTO and benefits and everything that we do for our team, and again have been really lucky with the team that we have.
I would hope that you guys eat your own dog food, right? If we're talking about employer, like first for everyone out there, let's define and differentiate the two between recruitment marketing and employer branding.
So employer brand, I think, gets bastardized a little bit in our space, right? Anything that touches how we show up gets called employer brand. I've been in HR for many years, and anything that touched HR became employee engagement. It's kind of the same thing. And when we talk about employer brand identity, it really is. It's about your culture. It's not about the lipstick on the pig, which is what a lot of the recruitment marketing is, right? And so we've spent a lot of time really building our culture and trying to build a company that our team wants to work for. Because we can't be helping clients trying to build an employer brand and talk about their culture and how they go to market and how they articulate that externally, if we're not also doing the same thing, right? We can't be the cobbler that has no shoes when that's exactly what we're selling.
The toughest point, I mean, I'm an in the trenches recruiter, and candidates ask me all the time, what's the culture like? And it's a tough one to define because, if I'm an external recruiter, it's hard for me to synthesize it, and all I have to work with is what they're telling me. But how do you translate that? How do you, what are some of those fundamentals to say, like, it's not just putting, lipstick on a pig on a HTML, on a web page, but how do those translate? Like, how do you bring that to life in off the web page and to a candidate's mind?
So,
what about that the long way? It's still early in the morning.
You were in marketing, right? So really a large part of what it starts with is the WIFM, right? The what's in it for me. It's the what's in it for me for the job seeker to work here. It's what's in it for me also for the employee to work here. And you have to make sure that those two match, because you can't tell the what's in it for me for a job seeker and then they get in the door and then that's not actually their culture or their lived experience. But thinking way back how long I've been doing this, I remember when Glassdoor first started and how, employers and recruiters were like, candidates have to do their homework. They need to know about the company, and what they meant was know our stock price. Read our reports, know a little bit of history, have read the About Us. At the time, like a lot of companies didn't even have career sites. So when Glassdoor happened, it freaked a lot of employers out, right? And so, but people need to know about what your lived experience is. And so the way I kind of term it is, it's the good, the bad, the uniquely you, because they don't want to know all of the selling points. And that was every company's first thought was we've got to sell. We've got to tell everybody how great we are. When everybody wants to be an employer of choice. Not everybody's an employer of choice. Are you an employer of choice for you, or an employer of choice for him, employer of choice for me? Those mean different things, and you're never going to be that for everybody. So it's what can I do to be the company that finds the right fit for the people that are going to work in our culture. So that's why it's so important to know what that culture is and advertise that in a way that answers that WIFM for people.
Have you seen, and I'm curious your take on this, it was on LinkedIn, and a founder of a startup was very, very candid. He's like, this is not the job for you if you want to only work 40 hours a week. We are building, we want people to have that. And there was so much negativity. I'm like, thank you, founder, for being so open and candid, because you're going to filter out the people who are not right.
Right.
Who are not right there. And every organization is different.
Right.
So how do you work with if you're onboarding a new client, how do you assess and distill what their culture is so you could market it back out?
Well, not every company is hiring us for that, but I'll tell you this. The way I first got interested in this is before there was anything around employer brand. So I was actually at Budweiser hiring truck drivers. Everybody wanted to be the Bud guy. Being the Bud guy was kind of
cool.
sexy,
It was in the commercials, right?
Yeah. And so, but being the
frog.
Bud guy is actually really hard. You're just driving a truck locally, but you're also throwing beer all day long. And so
hauling kegs.
And what I learned to do was actually, I had my safety manager actually park a truck near my interview office, and I would ask people, I would say, do you see that truck? I would ask them, tell me why they want it. Well, I can do anything. I just want to be okay, well, let's role play for a minute. So picture that side loader full of beer, but instead of being full of beer, it's full of 25-pound dumbbells. And then tell me how you feel about throwing those 25-pound dumbbells 1,000 times a day, every day. For 16, 18-hour days in snow, hail, sleet, rain,
You're like a postal worker,
or
but heavier weights.
Heat and humidity, right? And it's like you've got to do that every day. You've got to show up and be able to be on, and for long, long days, And I would watch them just be like,
like their face would
yes.
change.
So I'd usually I'll go get you some water. I'm going to let you think about that. And that was kind of my first foray into kind of, if they still wanted the job when I made it sound that ugly, okay, now we can have a conversation. And so I've done that same thing through my career, at multiple companies. At AT&T, it was our technicians, right? They have to go into hot attics in Texas in the summer. You know,
Raccoons and bees and all that fun stuff
yeah,
up there.
you have to carry a 75-pound ladder. You have to do all of these things that aren't really that fun. So like if we can set or use realistic job preview videos and show somebody what it's like to work here, it's like tell the things that some people are like, yeah, I love that stuff. That's who we want to sign up. And that's where the recruitment marketing piece comes into play. But you've got to know what the culture is to be able to tell that story.
One leads into another too, and you also have to think about the current employees when you think about retention, and ensuring that that is still paying off, and keeping them excited. So, when you're designing the timeline or a plan for an organization, it's all those touch points, right? It's not just the external piece to attract talent, but it's the internal piece as well there too. So I told you I wasn't going to ask about it, but I'm going to.
Okay.
Let's spin it this way. I'm sure you've been messing around with AI and all the tools out there. What's something that's exciting to you in your world that has made your job either opening up creative portals or making your job more efficient so you could spend more time on the strategy and the thinking? What tools are you guys messing around with?
Being able to use, and some of it's AI, some of it's still people, but being able to build the tools and the technology to be able to just do focus groups at scale, to be able to do analysis at scale. The analysis takes time. When we're doing projects where we have to really spend a lot of time interviewing people, and then we have to distill that down and pull the point, and really understand all that stuff. That stuff takes time, and time costs money. And that's a large part of what can drive up your costs when you're dealing with employer brand or recruitment marketing or just any messaging or storytelling. You want to have some discovery elements. So that's one of the biggest things that where we see a big impact, because that can dramatically reduce that.
I think what I always tell people is, you need, even if you're fearful of it, you have to at least try it. Right? Use it in your personal life, mess around, and see where there's opportunities to try it out. What's scaring you in the space? What's keeping you up at night? Like, do you fear that recruitment marketing is going to be fully taken over by some GPT tool?
No.
Or can, because
no. I don't, but I've been in the space long enough where I've watched us pivot from newspapers, to
Don't
the internet,
date yourself
from
here.
fax machines,
I know what
newspapers,
fax is.
telephone, right to internet. It's like it's just another iteration of how we evolve what we do. From just the core recruiting to the messaging to the how we engage, and the hope is that it's always making us more efficient and scalable.
That's really what we need to focus on, and use it. I said it 1,000 times, but use it as a tool, not a crutch. Mess around with it. So let's wrap it up here. We're looking around. What vendors? What is giving you that aha moment of RecFest from yesterday?
Well,
Maybe a speaker. Was there someone that excited you?
I
That said, I'm listening. My ears are perked.
I was really Melissa Thompson from Ford. It really actually brought in and it's not technology. It's just how we measure and show up. And she talked about quality of slate. That's one of the big things, that especially with how we spend a lot of money on media with our clients, and everybody can't just continue to just pay for more media, right? And we've got to evolve some of our just actual operations and processes for how we recruit. So I love that she was speaking about that.
Awesome. Carrie, I want to thank you so much for joining us. Where could folks find you? Where could they connect? Where could they learn more?
Hopefully Marketing Group, we're easy to find, right? And I'm the Carrie Corbin, so I'm easy to find. But I'm on LinkedIn, so I'm very, very easy to find.
Well, I'm glad we worked through the smelly cat voice this morning.
Yes.
We're all recharging or charging back up. We're getting back to a good base level to get day 2 moving. We're here on the Purple Acorn Network. We'll be back. Awesome. Slacking.
Am I staring at this one?
That's your.
Me?
Yeah,
This
that's a
one?
wide. That's my direct. Well,
I just need to know the.
Alan, if you see me slouching, just be like, yeah, yeah. My wife's like, it's not a good look when you slouch. She's like, it's not your best angle. Is this my best angle?
And must hold microphone up. That'd be my other thing. Like, talk with my hand.
Michael.
You can introduce me as Michael. Most folks will call me Sully, so like it's crazy to have to use my actual given name.
Okay, are we on? We are back with Sully, Michael, Mike, Scully, Sully, Sullivan, Mike Sullivan, Michael Sullivan. What's
all of
happening,
the
man?
above.
We're just gonna call you Sully, and you are a past guest on many times on the Purple Acorn Network. So,
Love the guys.
what brings you to RecFest?
It's a wonderful place to connect with old friends and meet new partners, and it's just a combination of technology and humanity all meet in one place. Love it.
Technology and humanity. So, before we dig into it, tell everyone who you are and what you do best.
Michael O'Sullivan, Director of Strategic Partnerships over Disability Solutions, but as you mentioned, most folks simply call me Sully. We're a job board dedicated to the disability space, so we help organizations attract and attain folks within the disability world.
It's so interesting, and I haven't shared this. I had a recent interview. I'm a recruiter, in the trenches recruiter, and I had an interview with a hearing impaired candidate.
Okay.
Probably about a month ago, and she was very upfront about it, and I was like, cool. And she's like, I'm going to have my ASL translator on the Zoom call.
Yep.
And I said to her very candidly, I go, I'm excited for this because I haven't done this before. I've done another one where it was transcribed,
Yep.
which was cool. But now I'm like working with the translator, and I started to get into it because it's something I haven't done before as a recruiter. What are we doing in this space to make folks who do not have these limitations more comfortable in the interview process?
Well, it's interesting you say that.
And I use the word limitations more for a communication limitation.
Differently abled, yeah.
Differently abled.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Yep.
Thank you for keeping me politically correct. Sully.
Organizations do bring in ASL interpreters for a variety of different reasons, but what we found and what we know to be true is through an application process, you'll hit the submit button, it'll go into an ATS workflow, and that recruiter will have the ability to requisition it. Now, do you self-disclose that I'm a person that is hearing impaired? The answer is no. Why would you? And
You're already creating a bias that you don't know
your
about.
resume is your essentially report card as to
Right.
why you should hire me based upon qualifications. And so it's interesting to kind of see because we know when an individual asks for like an accommodation, let's say they're going to use through a Workday and they have an Olivia pop up or something, some agentic AI, the system does not compute. And so that's where it's interesting for us is because we're trying to work with those partners to embed accessibility into the process.
That's how you do it.
Now, everybody likes to say they're accessible, but they're accessible to the basic core of responsibility of the organization for compliance. Compliance is the beginning, not the end line. We're talking about moving folks quicker, further down funnel. And this entire conference, all HR tech conferences, are about getting folks further, faster down funnel.
Right.
And we really are creating more widgets on widgets when we need to talk about accessibility all day long.
Accessibility. So interesting. Let's go back and talk a little bit about bias too, and it's a really interesting one. So if someone self-discloses early on in the process that they need an accommodation, in this day and age, I could see a lot of recruiters being like, "Skip, that's going to be too hard for me. I don't want to do it."
The average accommodation costs less than a cup of coffee, and especially with
Most candidates have their
coffee
own
being
accommodations.
over $5 these days. It's actually cheaper than that, and so it's actually extremely simple. Most organizations just simply need to take that first step. Inclusion is not that difficult.
And it should be ingrained in the culture of the recruiting teams also, and how to train hiring managers too. It's one thing for us recruiters day in and day out over having these calls. It becomes part of what we do and we're used to it. But how does that scale up to the hiring managers? How are we training them to conduct interviews? And then how do we take that to the next step? So moving down the line of how do you integrate this person into your team where they're able to communicate with everybody and feel comfortable about it and remove the biases? What have you seen working in the bias removal world?
Well, October is National Disability Awareness Month, and so we have an entire month dedicated towards that. So organizations do their best in order to train and educate their employees. But the truth of the matter is we're really talking about getting organizations at their core to learn how to fix their process and go through it. And so it makes things extremely simple when you think about it. Just let's go back to using empathy and understanding of how to educate and talk.
I really hope with all this technology. I mean, if you scan out there, I've seen so many companies that are literally just slapping AI, to the back of, to the end of their name there. But what are they really using it for? What have you seen from your perch of the technology actually moving the needle and moving the process faster, better, stronger, to give us more time for empathy and human side? From a tech, we don't have to call anyone out here unless they're, you want to throw a couple of bucks our way, right? But from a technology perspective or a feature benefit perspective, what are you seeing?
It's interesting. I don't necessarily know that there's anything that I find to be better or difficult than anything else, but there's just a lot of different organizations out there that are bringing a lot of different tech that is going to change the landscape. I think it needs to be more human-centric. The future of this industry is human. There's not going to be a tool out there that's going to replace this. AI is phenomenal, but...
So here's the analogy I've been kind of spitballing in the old dome over here. Do you remember, I think 15 years ago, with a lot of these big companies, they got the idea, we're going to save a ton of money by offshoring all of our customer support overseas. And we're talking, high-end credit cards, we're talking like real human touch points, and we'll put it this way, the communication was broken, things were lost in translation, the level of overall customer care failed, and companies realized very quickly, well, not so quickly, but once they saw the bottom line that, hey, we're losing a lot more money than we're saving over here, and they went back to it. They went back to you and said, wait, now it made it like a benefit, like US-based customer service. So I think we're moving in that direction. We're still booming here. We're still blooming. Blooming's the word.
Yes.
Here. I think it's going to level out, and then there's going to be the either acquisition teams, companies are going to kind of fall off here, but the cream is going to rise to the top, and the features and benefits that are meant to be are going to stay, and we're going to get back to the human side. Because I think we're losing a lot of that here. They're literally trying to strip human away from everything.
The basics are coming back into focus, to your point.
That was long-winded.
I think that there's a lot of different tools and resources out there that are going to help us. AI is not going to replace any human in the process. They're just going to make us better. It's not going to build us a house. It's going to allow for us to be more efficient, but efficiency really needs more humanity in it. We need to realize that we're in the human capital business, and people come in a variety of different shapes, colors, sizes, and otherwise, and they're going to have different needs and wants, and I think AI doesn't have that empathy. I think the term empathy needs to be brought back into focus in the talent acquisition space. We don't talk about it. We are in the human business.
We've commoditized it.
That is correct.
We've commoditized it, and
that is the problem.
And that's where you lose it. But here's the other thing too. Us recruiters, the volume, the pipeline is so. We're drinking out. We're trying to drink out of a fire hose right now. And while we want to be empathetic, we don't have time for it. So what I urge everyone out there is to find those moments, those small moments when you can be.
Yep.
Right, and at least just do the right thing. Like I always say, the way I approach recruiting is, how do I want to be treated as a candidate?
Yep.
And that's how I get back there. So, what advice would you give to anyone coming into this space right now? To if they're saying, hey, you know what, I'm looking to move into the people career. I think it would be good for me. What advice would you give them to start in our world?
Honestly, it's a great time to be in this space. There's so much technology. There's more information at your fingertips now than there ever was. I've been in this space for over a decade, and I think that recruiters were just given a phone and said, hey, work off this Excel. That is no longer the case. And so I think you have your resources, and you have a community. The community is so amazing. They continue to give and give back, and that's where I think just tap into that. Use your community.
Let's talk about community here before we wrap it up.
Absolutely.
I think that if you look around here, look at all these conversations. Like, people are friendly here. They're friends. There's abundance. There's collaboration over competition for the most part, right? There's definitely some competition going on here. But you look around a community, and that's the thing that excites me about RecFest. It really is, bringing everyone together, old friends, new friends, meeting new people, and finding those commonalities that bring us together, sharing ideas. Any conversations, speakers that have really stood out to you? Any topics?
I think some of the topics that interest me most is really how we're looking to just build more systems on systems and the integrations, and how we're trying to connect things back to it. That's where I do see a lot more success in where we're going in the future. It's really kind of an interesting sort of thing, but there's challenges with that. Not everybody has an equal playing field in regards to some of those resources. So just because it's cool and fancy doesn't mean I can get it or organizations can have it. So I think we need to figure out what that means.
We do need to figure out what that means. Sully, leave us with one pro tip on how to survive day 2 of an event like RecFest.
Hydration, hydration, hydration.
And sunscreen.
Yes, as an Irishman, it's always
for us fair-skinned devils over here, we need to keep it up. Mike, tell folks where they can find you, where can they connect, where can they learn more?
You can always find me on LinkedIn. Feel free to send me a note over at Disability Solutions. I'm more than happy to engage with anybody that needs anything.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And that's how we do it. Sully, thanks for joining us.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Awesome. How about we just meet at the lower level here?
Yeah.
This is what we do here. This is what we do here on the Purple. Right, welcome. How's your morning going?
Man, listen, RecFest, this is my first RecFest.
Let's lounge.
And I know, I need to like
Let's slouch.
sit back right
We're
now.
This is your first RecFest?
First RecFest.
How you been? You work for Gem and Smart Recruiters?
I know, man. Like, I don't know.
right, now we can sit
I've never been.
My wife's like, don't slouch. You look fat. I'm like,
It's a
yeah. I'm like, I look
Listen
fat
to-
because I'm fat. Like, I can't, like slouching isn't going to help me here. Sorry, we're improvising here on the...
Sometimes you just need to relax.
just need to-
But yeah, no, my first event. And listen, like I used to run events. Like I've been in production for a long time, so I know not to go too hard. But there's something about like having a conference outside, and the sun gets to you, and you lose your mind.
Yeah, like I didn't go particularly hard last night because I know I'm on duty today, right? I'm working. It was the physical outdoors yesterday, and you have to kind of like go back to like if you're into like music festivals or anything like that. And
Yeah.
some of us are creeping up on age here,
Right.
and you don't know your body's limitation. So
Yeah.
you've been in this space for a long time. You mentioned you were at Gem, you were at Smart Recruiters. Why Kyle and Co? What drew you?
Man, Kyle, like we were having a conversation, and again, like I've been in HR tech since like 2017. And
You're a lifer.
At this point, right?
In dog years.
You know, and when you start as a marketer, right? I feel like there is a certain like bad rap that marketers get, you know, especially when you're on the vendor side. And I learned very early, and I got my start with Lesbians Who Tech, where I was just like really getting to meet people and like kind of getting the heart of, you know, what recruiting is about, like what TA is about. And I just like immediately bought in, and I was like, I really want to understand this industry. And
You're a marketer, but now you need to learn the ins and outs of HRTA Tech.
yeah, because I mean, why try to sell you something if I don't understand, like actually understand what your pain
Then you're
points
just
are?
a salesperson.
Exactly. And so, you know, being on the vendor side, like I really try to bring to my team every single time. I'm like, just challenging. Like what are we actually trying to say? Like what actually matters? And it sounds cheesy and altruistic, but it's true. And Kyle was like, hey, listen, like I'm trying to carve out this new lane in the research and analyst world. He's like, and you've literally been in the shoes of most of my clients.
What is that lane?
What does that mean?
What is that lane that you guys are carving out?
That, you know, just trying to do research and analysts in a way that's like, I mean, obviously, like we study innovation trends, right? But like we're not up in some ivory tower. We're not like just trying to like, you know, pay for play and like charge you money for our opinion, right? Like
It's not advertorial.
it's not advertorial, and we're really trying to help people solve problems, and that's on the practitioner side and the vendor side. So if we can bridge that gap in a real way, everybody at Kyle & Co has done this before, right? Like, and I told Kyle, I'm like, we're all coming with receipts.
He's building like the Voltron A-team over there.
Yeah, man.
It's pretty
Announcements
cool.
coming
Like Voltron,
out.
like Voltron Assemble, right?
Yeah.
Like, listen, I've known Kyle for a couple of years, and what I love about him is what you see is what you get, and it's authenticity. So, right, like so now you have to translate authenticity into a brand, which doesn't always translate well. Like, let's say we are this, but we're not. You know, we're
Right.
not. What have you seen when you put your marketing hat on? What have you seen from a? How do you help a brand find their voice?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you got to ask hard questions, you know? And I'm
And
like,
be truthful with the answers.
and be truthful with the answers and have a little bit of a therapy session, you know?
Oh yeah.
And when I talk to vendors and I'm like, you know, all the marketectures look alike, you know, all of the taglines like read the same.
Did you slap AI to the back of them?
Yeah, and I'm like, what are you actually trying to do? And be honest, if you're just trying to make money, then say that.
We're just trying to sell this tech and move on.
Yeah. But if you're really trying to help people, you know, do their jobs better and have more, you know, and let technology like be the assist with that, then like we got to sit down and talk about like why you do that.
Imagine. I'm gonna riff on this for a second. Imagine every vendor here had a disclaimer. Well, here's what we say. This is what we're really trying to do here. We're trying to sell. We're trying to get acquired. We're trying to just, you know, get integrated into something. Like, be transparent.
Yeah,
Right.
but there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like if that's your motivation and you're gonna build some really cool shit that's gonna help people, great, do that. But I'm just saying for the folks who are trying to like pull on the heartstrings and like, you know, be in the mind of the recruiter and like, you know, let me understand your pain, then you gotta let that come out on the page.
So you've been doing recruitment marketing events for a long time. What works to draw people to your booth? What like, you know, I'm not going to mention names over here.
Ice cream.
I'm
Okay.
No, it's iced coffee. If
Yeah.
you see, I was about to say, well, like what works to draw someone to your booth here? You have to. It works like the same way as we're trying to sell to. What are the pain points of people at the conference?
Yeah.
I want iced coffee.
Yeah.
I'm dying. I need some iced coffee. I don't need any more plushies. I don't need more. My wife said, if I bring one more water bottle home, she's kicking me out of the house. She's like, you use them once, and then they take up like 3 cabinets.
Yeah,
you know, like
yeah.
3 cabinets of that. She's like, unless it's a Yeti.
Yeah.
I'm like, we're a little Yeti snob in our
Yeah,
house
yeah.
here too. But what works here? What have you're walking around, you're like, it's a cool booth, but no one's here. Or
Yeah.
like, this is pretty lackluster.
I mean, I tell you what, like, I mean, you're right? Like, especially out here, like, I went and got a hat yesterday because the sun was killing me. I didn't have a hat, right? That's good swag.
Sunglasses.
But I will say that it starts before you get on the ground. You know?
We don't talk about this enough.
Yeah, like having the biggest booth, having the most swag, having like the most giveaways or whatever. That's a part of the game, right? We all have to like kind of play into that. We all do it to each other.
Yeah.
But that starts way before you buy that booth. That starts way before you sign a contract.
How do you prime your leads? How do you build the on ramp to an event where people know you're there, they're excited, they want to meet you, they want to learn more?
Again, it's in the storytelling. It's in like how you meet people. It's in your emails. It's in your newsletters. But it's also in like how you interact with people live and in person, right? And so like everybody's doing dinners right now, right?
Dinners are in.
Dinners
People like
are
to eat
in.
dinners.
Yeah.
Dinners are making a comeback.
Give me a steak dinner, but people are over it now, right? So now
They're like, I have 5 dinner invites tonight. I'm gonna go appetizer here, dinner there.
yeah.
But
yeah.
now we commoditize dinner. They're not cool anymore. They're expected.
Yeah, you just gotta talk to people. I mean, it's simple. Like, I'm not gonna try to like over architect it. You really just have to like talk to people and connect, right? And be genuine. Like that's the best advice I can give anybody. Like, and even again, if you're trying to sell, we all it's capitalism. We're all trying to make money.
Of course.
Right?
Everyone here is in business.
Yeah.
Let's be real about that. What you've been to other conferences. This is the first outdoor, recruiting conference. What do you love about RecFest here? What do you when you put on your marketing hat and you're looking back at your experience, like, pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a pretty chill person, right? Like HR tech is buttoned up, right? Like, you probably need to have your jacket on and like be serious about like. You take those same people and you put them at RecFest, and I feel like you actually meet them.
It's very interesting that you said that, and I completely agree with you, because this is the only event where I could rock shorts. This is my 3rd RecFest. It was 2nd in Nashville. I did one in the UK. I went back and looked at my pictures. I'm wearing shorts in every picture. And I'm like, what other industry event could you do that? Could you be comfortable wearing what you want to wear, and you don't feel forced, like, oh, I gotta, really button up. You hit the nail on the head. Being able to be open and free with what you're wearing opens you up elsewhere. It's a simple thing.
Yeah,
it's an easy thing.
I feel like people have been like their most authentic selves. Plus, if you put them outside in 90-degree heat for 6 hours, your mental faculties start to break down.
Here's my pet peeve: companies that make cheesy ass shirts that like now you're the employee and you're like, I gotta wear this.
It's part of the game, though. I mean, come on.
Who should we blame for this design on this shirt? And then that shirt comes home and like, what am I gonna do with it?
Listen, swag is swag. Everybody's trying out here. Like, I'll give it to them. But if you're gonna do that, also do the other stuff as well.
Right. Deliver on it too. Well, awesome. We're gonna wrap it up here, but before we do, leave us with some alpha over at Kyle & Co. What are you working on in your department?
Yeah.
Because relatively new, Kyle doing his thing and building out the Voltron team over there. Give us some alpha. What are you guys working on?
Yeah. Again, like we love our partners. We love the folks that we get to work with. And me actually being in the shoes of the people that I'm partnering with now. It's just we're doing something different. And again, like, I think one of the biggest differentiators are like, we're serious. It's all grounded and rooted in research, but we've all been there, right? We've actually been in the seat. And so now we're working on the AI Momentum report just came out, which is a really cool partnership we did with Smart Recruiters. We haven't quite named it yet, but we're working on some sort
It's
of
not going to be called the AI Momentum Report?
No, that is set in stone and printed. You can download
I was like, that seems like a pretty good title to me. It says exactly what it is.
Yeah, and we're working on our research calendar for the rest of the year. The team is headed out to Unleash World in Paris, so if you're out there, come say hi.
Awesome.
But yeah, we made some cool announcements. Charney joined the team, as an analyst.
Matt Charney, legend.
Yeah.
The legend of Matt Charney.
The Voltron of the analyst industry is right.
Or depending on your demographic, your age group, it could be the A team, right? Right before that. Well, awesome. And where could folks find you? Where could they connect? Where could they learn more?
Yeah, find me on LinkedIn, Brandis Payne, or head over to kyleandco.com and check us out.
Awesome. Brandis Payne on the podcast.
All right.
Pleasure. No, Purple Acorn. Edit that out. That's my show. I know it's still early in the morning, guys. We're getting there. Awesome. Let's take a Real recruiters.
The job market's so cooked.
It's 2025. Job market's so cooked.
That's how all of his videos start.
Tell me when you're. Are we hot? We're hot.
Video too?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me just put some. Can I put some lip?
We are live streaming.
We are live streaming.
Hi everybody. How many people we got?
everybody.
Who's checking in? Caller.
Hold on.
Cola.
Where you calling in from?
From Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to know.
Okay.
It's like the Jerky Boys back there.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I want to talk to Dick Lipschitz.
I just want fun.
Wow, we're getting a little loose here on the Purple Acorn Network this morning, but it
You're
is
loopy.
10 a.m. Central Time, 11 on the East Coast. I can't do the math on the West Coast, but I'm here with Tara. She is a repeat offender on the podcast,
True,
but this is our first
true.
conversation here on Purple Acorn. So for anyone who does not know you, I don't know how many people in the world do not know you at this point, but
Oh,
tell everyone who you
plenty.
are and what you do best.
Tara Turk-Haynes. I own Equity Activations. We are a consulting company that helps people do people operations more equitably, embedding equity into your operations, auditing, recruiting, performance reviews, employee engagement, all of that, just to make it sustainable.
Let's start off with some definitions for everybody out there.
Yeah.
Let's define equity in the sense of the workplace.
Equity in the sense of the workplace basically means that all of your people have equal access to be able to develop themselves the best way possible. This means we're addressing microaggressions, we're addressing biases, systemic, all of that as well, because our systems are not always set up. What does that translate into real world? Well, what if I'm saying I need a marketing coordinator and on the job description I need you to have graduated from Harvard? You know what I mean? Like, that's not necessarily equitable. What are we saying if we have somebody, we say we believe in internal mobility, we've got somebody who is a, as a child of an immigrant, English as a second language, started off as an accounts payable clerk. Why can't they actually become CFO
Right.
at some point?
Why not?
Right. So how are we removing all of these challenges within the workplace so that people have access to be able to have the same access to be successful?
Right, and how do we get companies to not, so it's not just lip service, but actually practice what you preach, right? It's one thing
Yeah.
for the external POV optics
Right,
versus are you really doing it internally? So when we look at the acronym, and I think we certainly talked about this when you were on my
Yeah.
show earlier this year. When we talk about DEIMB,
Yeah.
which one is the most misused, misunderstood, bastardized? Just they don't know what the hell they're
Diversity.
talking about.
Diversity is always...
How do you define diversity?
Well, diversity, there's 40 plus social identities that make up who we all are, or who we all could possibly be. We're talking about people whose English as a primary language. We're talking about socioeconomic diversity. We talk about race, ethnicity, veteran status, your sexuality. We are talking about geographically, right? Sometimes
There's geographic bias. Yes.
major metropolitan cities, usually sometimes people think you're much more refined and you're more, there's so many
That's an
different
interesting one.
kinds
Yeah.
of biases and stereotypes that we don't address as individuals, and we do bring that to the workplace unless you've done the work as an individual, right?
Right. And it's removing biases, and I think removing biases really starts at the end. It has to be at the individual level,
Right.
where you could have the self-awareness. And listen, biases come in different shapes and forms, and
Right.
it doesn't necessarily mean that you're a bad person. And when you think about
Yeah.
unconscious bias,
Yeah.
we're all raised in different households. We're brought up different
Yeah.
ways, and you know what? You're gonna get the flavor of how you're brought up.
Unless you do the work to unpack, like in general, your childhood trauma, like
Right.
across the board, right? But I do tell people it's not always somebody who's going to be in a white hood who's going to be who's going to be barring
Yeah.
you to be successful. Sometimes it's somebody's ingrained stories that have been passed down in their family, stories that they
Or
heard in
traumas, right?
college,
They don't know.
traumas, any of those kinds of things. And unless you are hyper aware, again, we all lived in our lived experience, right? It's all of our lived experiences are different. Until we get more curious about other people's lived experiences, we're still going to keep bumping into our stereotypes, and they're going to prevent us from knowing people better.
And the more you're comfortable knowing what your biases are, and you
Yeah.
have the self-awareness there. For example, as a recruiter, I found early on, and I've talked about this before, we did an exercise, a beta test with a company. They screened for inbound applications
Yeah.
if you were being biased towards names that weren't common to you.
Yeah.
And I actually skewed a little bit in that direction. I was like, holy shit.
100%.
And I was like, doesn't mean I'm a bad person. It's just something that I
No.
was doing subconsciously. But that brought that to my attention.
Yeah.
And I became conscious and aware and intentional
Yeah.
to pause if I saw a name that
Right.
wasn't, I couldn't pronounce it or
Right.
it looked foreign
What if there's
to me.
a school that you didn't know about, right? It's a great school. We
Some
talk
small
about
liberal arts school that you
Yeah.
have no clue, but it's actually a top
Yeah.
5 school, right?
HBCUs had that problem for the longest time. Howard University is sometimes on the same playing field as Harvard, but
course.
if you don't have that experience of Howard University, then you might reject a candidate and saying like, no, I really wanted someone from an Ivy League. Not knowing that historically, a lot of us were barred from being in an Ivy League school. Not just black people, but Jewish people,
Yeah.
like across the board.
Are we moving away from the college? Like, what are your thoughts on moving away from the college degree required for so many jobs?
I don't necessarily think we should have ever had college degrees required for every job. I think there are
We're
some
talking
jobs
very general
that are,
speaking. I want my doctor to have a college degree.
Of course,
My
I want
lawyer to have a college
my
degree.
exactly.
Right?
But
My
it's-
accountant.
Well, see, this is the other thing is that we were presented with this idea. I'm a Gen X person, so Gen X was told if we go to the right school, if we get the right education, we will have the right life, we will have the right career.
That's how we were
and
raised.
it's not true, right? Essentially, we were feeding into a system that thrived on through student loans, interest rates, debt, right? So the whole thing about that is, the market changed, the job changed. We don't have the same job market our boomer parents had.
Very, very different. Now let's shift gears a little bit. Talk about the article that you brought up before. Read
I
us.
did.
Enlighten us. What's the title here?
So, I don't know if you saw the cut from New York Magazine today, but it says the job search has become a humiliating experience for job seekers, and it's true. I think that we are at a recruiting conference, right? And I would love for us to kind of dive in a bit more and talk about the human experience behind people applying for hundreds and hundreds of jobs and like just not getting anywhere, or the experience that they're having when they're not getting anywhere.
I want to talk about it, and I'm going to be very candid here from a recruiter standpoint.
Yeah.
I've been on the other side of that fire hose as an in-house recruiter, and there is just such a tremendous volume of applications for 2 reasons. One, because of the economy, layoffs, and certain tech-taking roles, and there's a lot of really good people that are out of work. So if you're out of work right now,
it's not your fault. This market is terrible.
Really hard. If you're like a B-level, player, it's going to be real hard because companies have the pick of the litter right now. And I get it. Like, if you're a company, you want the best.
Yeah.
That's just so.
Well, the article also talks about the fact that we have an influx of technology that has made it easy for many people to mass apply.
That's what I was going to get
right?
into. So, like, the technology is making it so easy, and it's not doing any good for the job seeker because it's not managing their expectations. It's saying, Tara, we're going to 10x your amount of applications. You say, oh, cool, I'm gonna get a job tomorrow. No,
right.
because what it's doing is it's spraying and praying. Unless you're dialing in and taking control. Yes, there are some good tools and products out there, but most of them are crap. They're taking advantage of job seekers.
Which is why I think the conversation between a recruiter and candidate needs to be a bit more candid, but the recruiter doesn't have time to do this, so there's a catch-22, and I don't know the answer to this, but we have recruiters who are out there talking about, how awesome their ability to use AI to make their jobs easier, or we have recruiters out there, slamming people for using AI to format their resume because it looks like slop. And then you have people who are literally, last night I saw an article about a woman who had 13 interviews with one company, and she was down to, she had 30 job interviews over the past 2 years. This last one, she had 13 interviews, one company, it was down to her and one other person. They went with the other person. She's been out of work for 2 years. She decided to go to a Buddhist temple because there's free room and board. She can't afford. She's been living off her 401k. We have a dire situation happening, and I really want us to be able to have grace in this kind of conversation between the two of us, but we don't seem to have that. People are desperate. Recruiters are overwhelmed. Yeah. Who's going to solve this problem?
And is it the technology, or is it technology, as this article says? We're down to literally bot on bot right now, and that's We're at the bottom.
Well, and the thing is,
And the only way up, there's only way to go is up.
and the thing that makes it really important for me, because my community is the most impacted. Black Americans are the ones who have the highest rate of unemployment right now.
Why?
7.5, because we're always the lowest. We're the most affected in any kind of situation because of microaggressions, biases, not equal opportunities. We are
Systemic
canaries in the
racism.
coal.
Yeah,
You know,
everything. Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
if you've seen Katika Roy's research that she's been talking about on LinkedIn forever, but there are 300 plus black women who've been out of work, 300,000 plus black women who've been pushed out of work since January. And the HR community, I feel like, has been relatively silent, save for a few people, to talk about what does our allyship actually look like? And I'm not just talking about allyship for my community, but I'm also talking about, what about those people who are all out of work that we just talked about, right? All of those people who feel humiliated in applying for a job, they're going to remember your company and how you treated them.
How was the experience?
How was the experience? And I did a post on LinkedIn where I said, you can't slam someone for using AI to format their resume and then turn around and use the same rejection ATS template that came with your platform, because you sound just like everyone else. Some of these companies aren't even putting the job name in it.
My favorite thing that companies do on a rejection email, and I try to do this manually also, is using the technology. Hey, you're sorry this didn't work out for you,
Yeah.
but here's your other roles within an organization, or
Yeah.
here's a link to some other resources as a job seeker. Here's some other
I
tools.
completely
and it
did
doesn't
that.
take that much effort.
It doesn't. I
It takes the
did
initial
that
setup.
probably 6 years ago when I was in house. I oversaw recruiting for a parent company, and what we did is we put the social handles of the companies that we recruited for. We did some job tips as well, like
Right.
what
Interview
is
tips,
what
job
are
tips.
what are interview tips, how resume formatting, how to practice interviewing, all of those different things. It doesn't take a lot. It takes, and you tweak it
set
as
up.
you go.
You set it up.
Yeah.
It's so interesting because it doesn't take that much effort just to help someone that one
Yeah.
extra step. So let's talk about some positivity.
Yeah.
What are some of these signs of light, signals of hope that you're seeing out there? I want to end this chat on a positive. We've been talking a lot of doom and gloom.
Yeah.
Because it's real and it's what's really happening.
We should
out
be
there.
talking about the real and but what I really am optimistic about is yesterday, I think her name was Diana Tsai, who does Upwage, was talking about using AI in a way that is not geared towards reducing your recruiter headcount, but giving time back to your hiring manager.
Mm-hmm.
So, essentially her theory was, every time she talks about this, the VCs and the investors go, okay, so if we use this tool, how many of our recruiters can we lay off? And she said, you're thinking about it the wrong way. What we're talking about essentially is giving your hiring manager time back to do their actual jobs and not be, recruiters.
Right, because you still need to.
That's how we should be using this, is how do we make the community better?
Right, instead of just reducing it down to bot on bot. So
Yeah.
what's keeping you up at night these days?
The world, the
Can we
state
be
of
more
the world,
specific? Thank you.
the state of the world, the news. I try not
everything.
everything. I try not to watch the news. I only read it. That makes my my nervous system a little bit less
That's a
wild.
great tactic, by the way.
Yeah, I can't hear it. It makes me too nervous.
Makes me angry.
Yeah, so if I read
It's
it,
never
I'm
good.
like,
The news
yeah.
is never good.
No. I mean,
During the
there's
bad news
yeah,
business.
but we have great weather. We're in community here. There's a lot of great people. We're talking about great things, so that makes me really happy.
What do you love about this community?
That the desire to be better is always there. Even if the execution doesn't always work, sometimes we keep
The
trying.
intention's there.
Yeah.
Tara, where can folks find you? Where can they connect? Where can they learn more?
EquityActivations.com. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on Instagram, and I'm on TikTok. Not as great as the Realist Recruiter.
He's the best.
I know, but I'm
He's
there.
literally the best TikToker in the history of the world.
I'm trying to mimic his social media plan,
Awesome.
but not
Tara,
working.
thank you so much for joining us.
So good to see you. So good to see you.
Thank
Seriously,
you.
you look wonderful.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
We're back. Let's take a
Good to go? All right, we are live at the Purple Acorn tent at RecFest 2025. It is great to be here. I want to give a special shout out to Purple Acorn and Basic Capital for making these interviews happen. We had a great set of interviews yesterday, and today is going to be the same. I would love to introduce our guest. Why don't you tell us who are you, what do you do, and who do you do it for? That's how I always started out.
Yeah, my name is Caroline Kiesler. I'm the Director of Human Resources at Workwear Outfitters. So under my scope is everything from talent acquisition, business partnering, engagement, learning and development, in a global capacity. So everywhere
Amazing.
but Central and South America. We've got an HR director down there.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
And you were, before this role, were you in recruiting as well?
Yeah.
So walk us through that journey.
I grew up in recruiting. I got to HR.
Did you grow
through
up wanting to
recruiting.
be a recruiter?
No. Oh my gosh, does anyone? It's like we all stumble into recruiting. I actually thought I wanted to do sales and
Okay.
ended up in a staffing firm. So my first job was a recruiter in a staffing firm, and I didn't want the promotion into sales, and I was the first person that didn't want a promotion.
Wow.
I wanted to stay. There's nothing like changing someone's life by getting them a job. And so I eventually made my way over to corporate recruiting. But I knew that I didn't want to be a vice president of just talent acquisition. I didn't want a slice of the pie. I want the whole pie.
I love that.
So it took timing and the right leadership to finally make the jump over. So I've been fully in the HR space for about 3 years now.
Now, a lot of TA people I talk to, obviously it's been a rough kind of few years for talent acquisition. So a lot of them are looking at maybe transitioning into HR
Yeah.
and maybe some of these kind of similar fields. What advice do you have for somebody who's maybe been in talent acquisition for 3 to 5 years and they're thinking, hey, I want to actually switch. I maybe want to try a different area of the business.
Yeah.
How do you kind of, what would be the best strategy to get into that type of role?
I think you have to get closer to the business to get closer to HR. So start partnering with your HR director. Ask to sit in on their learning and development sessions. I think that recruiters have such amazing gut instinct on organizational design and how the work should flow. So you've got to start approaching HR. You got to start telling people that that's what you want, and having the right leader that'll start giving you the exposure. I ended up giving our total orientation, onboarding, and a piece of learning and development to my recruitment team to start expanding them to giving them more opportunities because I think they're totally capable of doing more.
Yeah, I love that. What are maybe some things that, if someone's thinking about doing the transition, what are some things they should kind of know transitioning into HR that might kind of catch people off guard or maybe they don't think about?
I think one of the biggest leaps I made as a recruiter in becoming a better recruiter was when I understood compensation philosophy. So today, as a recruiter, you just find, here's the range, go, right?
Well, sometimes.
Right. But when you know how to evaluate a job for your company, so you understand the accountability, the authority, the decision making, the global nature, you have such a deeper understanding that I think compensation philosophy is such an interesting place for recruiters to really start digging in to understand the why.
Yeah, I love that. Any kind of resources, like what's the best place to go, do you think, to kind of learn about?
I mean, you can just type into any search platform, compensation philosophy, the job leveling tools. Honestly, it's kind of like a 5-page document. It's very public. We use Aon for it, so it's an easy document to procure.
Amazing. So is this your first time at RecFest?
No, this is actually my third year.
Okay,
Since
third
I'm
year.
local, I've seen it grow year over year over year.
What's been? I've been here all three events as well. So like past 2 years, and obviously seen a lot of changes. What's been the biggest change for you that stuck out in terms of like vendor content, like what people are thinking about?
I think it's just getting sharper and sharper every year. There's more people that are coming, more relevant vendors, bigger players.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about some of the speakers that we started with 3 years ago versus the speakers they were able to attract this year. Like, it's worth the time to get on a plane and get to Nashville for this.
Yeah, 100%. And it was, I mean, last year was raining a little bit.
Yeah,
This year
yeah.
we didn't have that worry.
Oh my gosh, it's perfect
hot,
this
it's
year.
outside. Hearing a lot of people excited about just the overall vibe, right? Like, it's
Yeah.
very not as corporate. You can really kind of connect. and
Yes,
it's a-
that's
it's
the
a-
best part. I'm in sneakers, not heels today.
Exactly. That is the best part. Get to wear the shorts. I think one of the things we're going to be talking about later is we're going to have a fireside chat.
Yeah.
And it really approaching TA through the lens of HR, which I'm really excited about. Why don't you give us a little preview on kind of like what we're going to be talking about, and like why it's important and why recruiters should be tuning in.
Yeah, I think it's really important to when I, as an HR leader, am thinking about talent acquisition, I'm thinking about the whole pie. So if
Yeah.
I have $100,000 to invest, I'm not just thinking about talent acquisition. And I think that people need to hear that. I think that they need to know that when you're looking at the full employee life cycle, you have to be objective for what your business needs. I also think that HR has a unique perspective over talent acquisition, how they're underutilized, how they can do more, how they can evolve.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be great.
What's one area that you think, hey, recruiters, this is a way to upskill in 2025? Like, I guess with your team,
Yeah,
what are you having them focus on?
I think for me, my team's going to be focusing on development.
Yeah.
When I think about the output of work that I have as an HR director, and what the business needs right now is more development in leadership, succession planning, things like that. So I am getting them involved in manager and director trainings. Even going to have them run 1 or 2 activities during these 4-hour trainings. But I'm also bringing them to the table for succession planning, because they're having the conversations with the employees as their candidates about what do you want in 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
They know they're so well connected to the business just because they're hiring all over the business that development piece, that succession planning piece, I'm bringing them to the table.
Yeah, and it seems like now, I mean, across the board, whatever area you're in, whether you're in marketing, HR, sales, recruiting, whatever you're doing,
Yeah.
there's the expectation now of how are you bringing value to the business.
Yes.
How are you going to level up next year? How are you using data? How are you looking at the activity you're doing? What are the results it's bringing? And I think for TA, that can be a challenge, right? We get labeled as the cost center versus the ROI. So I think using these tools, not to necessarily just replace all the things we don't want to do, but using it to get more strategic, it's huge. What advice do you have for maybe people who are like up and coming on how they can get more strategic? Like, do they need to be? You mentioned partnering with HR. Any other like resources or activities they should be doing that you kind of would advise them to do?
Yeah, you're connected to hiring managers, but just by the nature of your job. So you've got to go deeper with your hiring managers. You have to understand and be able to help them solve the problem of if they are going to go 40 plus days without someone in the role, how can they reconfigure the work on their team before you hire the person? You have an hour with them. You should be going deeper in those conversations to influence them, to build your credibility. And that's just going to help you have a better visibility to leadership. It's going to make people start saying your name in rooms that you're not even in. And it's a way to expand what you do without having to burn more time. You're already having these meetings with the managers, so why are we only talking about recruiting in that meeting? You have their ear, so go deeper.
I think it's huge. It's building the relationships. I was talking to someone yesterday. Obviously, there's so many tools, right?
Yeah.
And I think sometimes we can look at it and go, that's what we need. We need another tool. We need some automation. But the truth is, if you're working with a great hiring manager, if you're working with a hiring manager you don't have that relationship with, you don't have that credibility, it doesn't matter what tools you have. it doesn't matter what the tech stack is, you're not going to get the roles filled.
No.
Do you have like a go-to way of kind of connecting with hiring managers, or what advice would you have for, like, let's say someone who's junior and they're trying to connect with a leader in the business? Like, how do they approach those conversations to build that credibility?
So if they're your hiring manager, then you're coming into the meeting with insights to give them.
Yeah.
So before they're ever speaking, you're talking about, this is what's going on in the market. Externally, this is where I could see internal talent coming into. You're bringing the insights before they ever ask for them.
I love that.
Yeah, I hate
So
when
we're talking about like salary, location of
like
where people are at, what companies are at.
what gut feel, this is what I'm seeing on LinkedIn, but this is what employment data is saying. I don't think they align, but and this is why. So having those insights before they're ever like, this is what I need, before you're really getting into the weight of the conversation, just builds that type of credibility. I don't love if one of my recruiters in their performance review or their goals for the year wrote, I want to increase my time to fill by 2 days, I would immediately send it back. I want to have better data insights to influence my managers.
Yeah, huge.
That's how you build credibility. And that's how the manager is going to come back to your office. They're going to give you feedback immediate. They're going to view you as the ultimate professional and make them level up to your standard.
I love that. Being prepared. And I coach candidates on that all the time when you go into interviews.
Yeah.
Nowadays, that's the best use of AI, is to gather that data, have that intelligence, go
so
in,
easy.
be smarter. And I think if you're not going into those conversations like that,
yes,
that first impression, it counts. And if you have a bad first impression, everything else is a battle then.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's like, how are you going to consult them on who to hire, who the best candidate's going to be?
It's so true. And you have to remember, your hiring managers are not interview experts.
Yeah.
They might have to hire someone once every 2 years.
Yeah.
So they're just as nervous as the candidates walking through the door. So you also have to give them you have to build them up so they feel confident. They're not going to tell you they don't know how to interview. You have to assume that they don't know what they're doing here.
Yeah.
So what else can you provide them? You've learned about the role. What interview questions can you create for them specifically? And I'm not talking a whole booklet, like 1 or 2. Make sure you ask these 2 questions, because it'll help you understand this. Because they're not good interviewers at the end of the day. They need to learn.
Well, that's why you end up with these processes that are rounds and rounds and rounds. It's the same question over and over. And I always like to ask, like, why are you asking a question? What information are you getting?
Yeah.
And it's the same from the candidate perspective too. A lot of them are trying to prepare questions beforehand. I'm like, no, be involved in the conversation.
Yes.
Let the questions be organic. So
right.
Where can people find out more about you? Where can people connect with you? And what's the best place for people to find you?
Yeah, definitely on LinkedIn when it comes to my professional self.
I've heard of
that place.
Amazing. And then we'll be, is it Inspire stage?
I think so. Or is it the Unplugged
Innovate,
stage?
Unplugged.
It's one of
We're
them.
one of the stages at 1:30. I'm super excited to host the conversation. And guys, once again, a special shout out to Purple Acorn for hosting these conversations. And we got a gift from our friends at Basic Capital as well for you. So huge shout out to Basic Capital for sponsoring, making this content possible. And Caroline, thank you so much. Looking forward to our chat later.
I know. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we'll talk soon. All right, welcome to Recruiting is No Joke live from RecFest 2025. We're in Nashville. It is hot, it's humid, it's fun, it's laid back. We're having a great time. This is day 2 of interviews. Yesterday we had some really, really great guests, and today it's the same. I want to give a special shout out to our host, Purple Acorn. We're in the Purple Acorn tent. It's great. We got the great setup right by the entrance. And I also want to give a shout out to our friends at Basic Capital as well for sponsoring the show. But we have another guest, so I'd love for you to let us know, who are you, what do you do, and then who do you do it for?
Yeah, thank you. Great question to start out with, right?
Right? Like, who are you? You
Yeah,
got to get really
my
deep.
name is Keisha Kruger. So what I do is I'm a VP of People and OD
Okay,
at a company
amazing.
called ORC. So really I'm just in charge of our people strategy, connecting the dots across our business and helping retain and engage our employees.
Amazing.
And I actually have a different, unique background than most folks here. I come from a background of organizational psychology and org development.
Very cool. So you didn't just fall into like
No.
recruiting and people?
Absolutely not. I've
Okay.
actually just been learning about that space in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
But you know what the one common denominator is across everything in the people space? Humans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I love that. And I think in doing this show, I've done maybe 150 episodes. We're coming up to that.
Wow.
And I think I've only had 3 people who like purposefully chose to go into the field. So I love that. What's I guess what surprised you in kind of getting into like the people side of the business, HR, like leading people on the corporate side? Like what are some of the big surprises you had in getting into the field?
So I think in order to answer that, I can give more context into why I got in the field
Yeah,
in the
I
first
love
place.
that.
So I actually wanted to go into clinical psychology. I wanted
Yeah.
to help, individuals at an individual scale. And I started that off in my undergrad career. And then I took an abnormal psych class and I was like, oh, this is going to be hard to compartmentalize, not take home. It's a lot, right?
Yeah.
And then I was like, I really want to see change scale a lot quicker than at the individual level. I want to see impact, and I want to be able to create and influence impact at a much larger way. And so I started doing research, and I was like, oh, we spend a third of our lifetime in the workplace.
Yeah.
We should be capitalizing on that place. So I came across the field called IO, or Industrial Organizational Psychology, and I was like, oh, it's workplace, it's business, and it's psychology coming together. And that is where I get to spend a lot of my time.
I love that. And you did a talk here at RecFest, or are you going to be doing a talk?
Today, actually, later
What's,
today.
What's the talk on? Give us that.
So we're going to be talking about not AI. We're going to be talking about a little bit of a reprieve. We're going to be talking about the mindset shift that talent needs right now.
Oh, I love that.
Mhm.
Talk to me more about that, because
Yeah.
now you got me curious.
Yeah, so when we talk about in the age of AI, what are all the uniquely human skills that we want to preserve? I think of a couple: critical thinking.
Yeah.
I think of systems thinking.
Yeah.
And being able, what that is connecting the dots across the business and being able to understand and recognize patterns. And I think talent professionals are in a unique position to do that. They see things on both ends of an employee life cycle, from onboarding all the way to attrition. And so being able to connect those dots and have a seat at the strategic table with the executives is so critical
Yeah.
to be able to tell a powerful story around our people in our business.
Obviously, the last couple of years, in a lot of areas, right? The tech and obviously talent acquisition's been impacted. Lots of friends who've jumped out of TA, kind of wanting to move into other things, a lot of instability. We're seeing that across the board. Obviously, there's a lot of AI coming into the market, a lot of fear around, is this going to replace what I do? What are your thoughts on that? Like, how do you kind of coach leaders in the business to prioritize, obviously, profit and people, but like, how do you kind of balance that? Like,
All
what's
the
best
P's,
way?
right? Like that's
All
the
the Ps.
theme, yeah. So I think a couple things come to mind because I'm coaching my team, but also others. I did a design thinking lab a couple weeks ago with some OD practitioners, really thinking through how are we feeling about AI right now in this space?
Yeah.
Are we feeling hopeful or are we feeling more fearful? And a lot of the responses are, we're actually a little more fearful than we are hopeful.
Why do you think that is?
Yeah, because
Media?
it's unknown, right?
Yeah.
It's unknown. It's not something that has ever been traversed. We don't have where it's going to land. We don't kind of see the end point yet. Obviously, 2020, we can look back at when cars came into play and all of these other technologies, and with the internet, and we can see where it is ended today, right? But with AI, we can't. It's something that's completely unknown, and it's really hard to connect the dots where we are today. So I think I'm hopeful because I'm participating in the change, and that gives me hope because there's agency over how are we influencing it. How are we designing this next phase of AI, whether it's ASI, artificial superintelligence, or it's the AGI, artificial general intelligence, as the next step. This is the first time in history that nobody in this entire world has more than 10 years of experience
So wild.
playing with AI in the way that we're doing it today.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so just know that reframe is really helpful, just knowing that no one has the playbook.
Yeah.
If you mess up, it's okay. Everyone else is messing up too,
Yeah.
right? The other cool thing I think about is how women are at the starting line with men for the first time in contributing and influencing the advancement of AI.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think it's one of the things I've noticed in conversations with people. Probably noticed it around the pandemic, but this word started creeping in: uncertainty, just uncertainty, and it's just. And I think AI, like you said, it compounds it because we know there's going to be jobs that are created. We know that there's going to be work, but we don't know what it looks like. But it is helpful to step back and go, yeah, nobody does know what it looks like.
Yeah.
What about from because one thing I noticed too is like from a content point of view, I'm a big YouTube fan, so I'll go on YouTube. The algorithm sucks me in. I see a lot of content out there that's really doom and gloom with AI. So like, what's your advice for people in kind of like, is it helpful to consume that, or is it like having a balance in your own mind and how you're thinking about things?
Yeah, my psychology background's kicking in here, and I say boundaries is like the most effective thing you can do right now.
Yeah.
Same thing applies when COVID was happening, all the news and the media. It's really difficult to consume that every day and maintain a positive outlook on life. So you have to choose. You have to make a choice. Do you want to have more of a positive outlook? Do you want to contribute? Do you want to have an external or an internal locus of control over your situation? And so if you want to be able to have agency over that, I say set boundaries, limit what you consume. Don't go down the rabbit hole. Set some time limits for yourself. Yeah. Create friction points that'll hold you back from consuming so much. And then have a support system that you can have conversations like this. This event is great because there are lots of real people here dealing with real problems and also real fears around the use of AI.
Yeah, I love that. Now, obviously, you've been walking around, you've seen some of the tools. Anything that you're excited about and you're thinking like, yeah, this is something which I'm just excited about, or like, what's your kind of general thought with the tools?
Yeah, so I co-lead an AI steering committee with our CIO in my company. So it's really cool because not a lot of companies are putting the CIO and the head of people at the helm of AI, right? Because you think traditionally that's tech, so it goes to tech, but there's so much more to it than tech, especially when we're trying to keep the human in that loop. So what I found that is really inspiring is the focus on middleware, or just kind of being a tech stack speak, like to get them to speak across different techs would be ideal for every organization. And technologies are still not up to pace with that yet. They're still trying to figure out, all right, now there's all these systems and tools that are coming out and they're part of the playground. So how do we get our system to allow us to be able to speak to other systems really cohesively? Because what organizations don't want to do is they don't want to have employees or candidates in several systems at once. So 5 to 10 systems, that's just so much friction. People are disengaged. You're not going to get people to do anything in that. So from a change management perspective, you think you want to, if you're going to get people to adopt tools, you want people to have one single point, a source point, right, where they're going to go and centralize their experience. And I've seen some pretty cool tools here that are starting to get to lead that charge.
What about from the candidate side?
Yeah.
Candidate experience right now.
Yeah.
It's in a tough place. You've got candidates that are using AI. They're mass applying. Companies are having to sift through things.
Yeah.
What I guess what are you seeing for your company? Like, how are you handling kind of like mass applicant flow, those types of things?
Great question. So we actually have a very unique, different perspective. What's happening with us is based on the nature of our business. So we're actually a right-of-way professional services firm, very niche within the real estate industry.
Yeah.
So we help business public sector and utility entities acquire land rights. So think about transportation or transmission lines, things like that. They need to go in and acquire those land rights. Then they're going to contact a professional services company like ours. And because it's so niche and there's specific qualifications that are required, we actually don't have an overflow of candidates. We have to think upside down and turn everything around and say, how do we create more awareness for what our business is and how it affects communities in a positive way. So we are leading the nation's infrastructure in our business and what we do, and how do we get the next generation to be able to be aware of that, and the next generation wants to be part of social impact and social responsibility, so it seems like an easy sell, but it also falls in line with some of those trade type of opportunities and jobs, and not as much interest in those areas right now.
Well, I've seen a big shift with particularly a lot of new grads that are coming into the job market. It's really tough. You're seeing headlines around entry-level positions getting slashed and kind of replaced by AI. So I have seen kind of a resurgence of this hands-on work, these trades. Obviously tough if you've gone to a four-year degree, spent a lot of money, and then to think about going into the trades. But what do those opportunities look like? And maybe for some of the parents who are out here, or maybe even some of the new grads who are listening, why it's kind of getting into some of this hands-on work? Why is that a positive thing for them? Why should they look at that?
Absolutely, and I think to your point, the trades are resurging, but it's not out of interest initially, right? It's out of forced survival, essentially. So I hope that they can connect to something that they find interesting. For the parents out there, I'd say college is not the only choice. When I was growing up, my dad, military guy, gave me two options. After high school, you're going to college or you're going to the military. I chose college. But that's not necessarily the path for everyone in this next generation. So I would just say explore different options, and they have more and more opportunities to get involved in trade-like jobs and crafts right before you can enter, that kind of college age readiness.
Yeah, I love it. And I think, those are the types of jobs too, which least likely to be replaced in the short term. A lot of entrepreneurial opportunities out there as well. I know there's an aging workforce, particularly with construction and the manual labor. It's an aging workforce. So it's a lot of opportunity there. And I think that shift away from, those fully remote tech jobs, that's obviously happening. What about, talking about in-office type roles? Are you guys in office? What's your kind of...
So we are in office, but I think one of the biggest shifts that's happening right now is this generational wealth transfer. And I think entrepreneurs, if you're interested in acquiring companies, there are tons and millions of businesses out there that are ready to hand over their business. They're nearing retirement. So over 10 million of those business owners are 55 plus, and they don't have a next person to hand that over. There's these programs that colleges do called ETA, or Entrepreneurs Through Acquisition, where they get you ready from a business perspective, and then they have you go out and either secure funding through lenders or PE, or you can kind of do an earn-in succession model where you can kind of work with a potential business owner who wants to retire and kind of shadow them, and then transfer that
bring value.
And own. Then you end up owning that when that individual wants to retire. So that's another path that is really, really fascinating.
I love that. Well, where can people connect with you? Where's the best place for people to find out what you're up to? Where can people find you?
So LinkedIn is probably the place where I spend most of my time. You can find me through my name, Keisha Kruger. I'm on there, and connect with me there.
Amazing. Well, Keisha, thank you so much for showing up and being on the show. And I'm looking forward to hearing your talk. What time is it at again? Just for everyone out there?
2:15.
2:15.
At the Inspire stage, right over here.
All right, amazing. So you're ready to inspire the crowd with some non-AI talk.
Are you ready to be inspired?
I am. Okay. I am. Well, as soon as I hear no AI, I'm automatically inspired right now.
That's the only hook I have. So.
I love that. I love it. Well, I just want to give a special shout out again to Basic Capital. They did give you a gift here as well that you can take.
That's
so I'll hand that. And then
appreciate it.
We've got Purple Acorn here as well. Thank you so much for hosting us. Keisha, again, thank you so much. And I just always tell any of the listeners, viewers, if they want to connect with our guests, send a connection request on LinkedIn. Say I heard you on the podcast, and then just be patient, because I know you're not hanging out on LinkedIn nearly as much as I am. So thank you again.
Thank you. Such a pleasure.
Yeah, we'll talk soon.
Hello and welcome back. I am Trent Cotton with iSims, and I have with me...
Kara Yarnott from Meritage Talent Solutions.
So in case you didn't know, you actually wrote a book, so you want to tell everyone the title?
Sure, it's the Talent Trifecta, an executive's guide to attracting, selecting, and retaining the right talent.
So I came from the business side, so if you followed any of my content, you always hear I approach HR from a business standpoint. Whenever I heard about your book, we nerded out for 30 minutes on it.
Did.
So I was like, we need to
Yes.
get this on camera. So why don't you tell everyone just a little bit about the book? Start with, because I really like the story about what inspired you, and then what is the book about?
Sure. So as a consultant on talent strategies, I found that my most successful projects were those where executives beyond just the CHRO were engaged in the projects, and they really wanted to understand how talent strategies tied to business outcomes. And so I started looking for a book that I could send in advance for executives to read, or even leave behind for them to give to their next level of reports.
Right.
And what I found was it was HR people talking to HR people in books. And so I decided, well, maybe I should write that book. And that's how the Talent Trifecta was born.
I love it. I love it. I love when someone sees a problem and says, okay, no one else is doing it, I'm going to do it, I'm going to go for it.
Yes.
So just give us a sneak peek. What's some of the highlights of the book?
So some highlights of the book include talking about why investing in your brand actually helps you have talent select away from your organization, so you can be more efficient and effective in your selection process and in your attraction process. So really telling your authentic story.
So unpack that a little bit, because
Yes.
there's a lot there. So what do you mean by self-selecting out because of what you're doing with the brand?
Right, because if you're actually telling your story about, for example, I worked with 2 pharmaceutical companies.
Okay.
One really has a strong, fast-paced environment. People moved around a lot. They reorganized a lot. They broke things quickly, and a lot of people aren't comfortable in that environment. The other pharmaceutical company was much more traditional structure, traditional career paths. Things moved much more slowly. On paper, they're after the exact same talent with the exact same qualifications.
Right.
But one organization would be a fit for a person with a certain preferences for where they like to work. One of those organizations was very good at explaining their culture and their environment as a part of their brand. So people who experience those stories
Right.
through their branding would say, I'm not a fit for that organization, so I'm not going to apply there because that's not going to be where I want to work. So
Interesting.
they had a smaller top of funnel. Fewer people applied because they were telling that story. So the recruiters had fewer people to review to get to the right fit for the organization.
I love that. And so, we just released our frontline hiring report, and doing a shameless plug, but what you said does resonate, because a lot of recruiters, they're seeing a higher number of applicants per opening, and they're drowning in it, and then you've got all these, the fake stuff.
Yep.
So this is a way that you can actually slender that and fast track that top talent, right?
Exactly. It's a much more efficient process and effective process for recruiters.
Okay. So what's the trifecta?
The trifecta is attraction, selection, and retention, and how they are all related to each other. Because executives often just focus on retention. They're worried about the talent walking out the door and
Right.
what that costs their organization. And through my research for the book, I really uncovered that the impacts of retention really start all the way back at attraction.
From day one.
From day one, when we first touch a candidate, when we're telling our story. Yes.
Onboarding is people don't
Exactly.
understand that is the first step in retention.
Exactly, and there's a study I cite in the book from Bamboo HR that says 44% of employees say they have second thoughts about their decision in their very first week of work.
Interesting. So I got another stat for you.
Yes.
This is a couple of years old, but
Okay.
it says 66% of people who quit in the first 6 months trace it back to an awful onboarding experience.
Exactly.
66.
66%. That doesn't surprise me given the research that I've done here. And we find that there's another study, you and I could just
I know,
change
right?
data all day.
We should call this the data segment, you know?
Exactly. That, from Gallup's State of the Workforce report, that 75% of 1 million U.S. workers that they studied say their manager was a primary reason that they quit, and that another study they did said only 10% of U.S. workers have the skills necessary to be a good manager. So we have a selection problem.
Wow.
We're putting the wrong people in manager jobs.
So only 10%.
Only 10%. They say another 20% have the skills to be a good manager if you're providing them training and coaching and mentorship.
That's a big if.
It's a big if. And so how many companies really have those programs in place? So if we select the right people into management manager jobs, which is a TA responsibility,
Right.
and we invest money there and then the right training and coaching programs, we can solve a lot of our turnover problem.
Yeah, and I don't think that people really understand the cost of turnover. You know, you can look at, okay, this employee, in order to replace them, there's that cost, but I don't think they're looking at the entire, because you know, if they're client facing,
right,
you're losing potential revenue, you're losing potential client retention, and the cost to, like, there's so much outside of
Right.
that initial circle.
Right. It's just not that immediate loss. There's lost productivity. There's the recruiting costs. There's the impact on morale around them. What if they're a key employee? If they have direct reports, you're losing that continuity.
Yep.
There's a whole host of non-quantifiable costs in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So if we start telling the authentic story in retention or in attraction about who we are, we're getting the right people in the funnel. If we select people more effectively, there's even greater studies that show if people move around the company, if there's good internal mobility, they're more likely to stay.
Oh.
Then we improve retention.
Yeah.
So if we improve our internal mobility programs, but even better, if we're selecting people based on organizational-wide competencies, such that they're a fit everywhere in the organization, not just the one job you hire them for. So we're investing money further up that talent funnel in attraction and selection. We're ultimately solving a big part of our retention problem, which is where executives love to focus, but it's not the only place we should be focusing.
No, absolutely, absolutely, and I love your part about internal mobility, because
Yes.
I think the longest place that I stayed, everyone's like, oh, you stayed there 11 years, but I'm like, I had about 14 different roles
Right.
there, right?
Right.
You know, I was moved around constantly, and it
Yes.
kept it fresh.
Yes,
you know?
exactly.
And I'm better for it
Right.
as an employee. So the other thing that you and I kind of went off on a tangent when we were in our green room
Yes.
was the tendency for HR and TA to speak ease.
Yes, it's, we need to be focusing, and it was the subject of my talk here, on speaking about using language that's important to our executives and talking about the things that are important to them before we talk about the things that are important to us.
So can you give everyone an example? Of what you're talking about?
So for example, when we're talking about needing to put attraction programs in place, we tend to go in talking about, we need to do employment branding, and we need to be talking about those types of things. As soon as executives hear branding, they start thinking, it's squishy and we can't measure it. Touchy-feely, and you just want to put ads out all over the place. But if we frame it one of my examples is if you're talking to operations people, we need to frame it in how it's going to improve efficiency and effectiveness. They have paid attention to this language. If you're talking to salespeople, you have to talk about how it's going to improve revenue, how it's going to impact the bottom line, how it's going to improve profitability.
Client retention.
Exactly.
Right.
I use the example in the talk, even when hiring is down, one of the first things our executives like to do is say, cut off all your advertising, start laying off recruiters. Well, let's put it in salesperson language. If we actually, for some reason, had no product to sell, there was a defect or something, we had no product to sell for 4 months, would our chief growth officer actually stop talking to customers? Would they fire salespeople? And then when the product comes back, suddenly go hire new salespeople?
Right.
They would look at anybody as insane if they asked them to do that. But when we suddenly have no hiring needs, they expect us to stop talking about us as an employer and to fire the recruiters. And then when the hiring comes back and we have to go hire new recruiters, they wonder why it takes forever to fill positions.
Yes.
We need to give them the corollary to business problems when we're talking about talent problems and put it in their language. And then the light bulbs start going off and they're like, well, yeah, we wouldn't do that to business. I'm not saying we need to keep advertising individual jobs, but we need to keep talking about ourselves as an employer, so when we have jobs, people want to work for us.
Right. No, I'm so glad you called that out.
Yeah.
There's so many companies, like you said, the first thing they do is we're not hiring cut recruiters.
Right.
But getting back to internal mobility, your recruiters know your brand, they know what's going on in the market. I know one company that actually took like 5 or 6 of their best recruiters that were on the executive side, and they brought them into customer intelligence for 7 months.
Yes.
And the reason it was only 7 months was because the stuff that they were able to find out, they took it to the product team, and the product team relaunched something, and they went just, gung-ho into the market.
I mean, recruiters have so many transferable skills to other areas. They can do customer success. brilliantly because they're great at talking to candidates, to customers. They can be great marketers because
Yep.
they are marketers. They could be sales support. They could do inside sales work. They're great at finding things. I mean, give
Research.
right. There's so many
Yes.
places they could be redeployed during a downturn, and they can continue to talk about us as a brand and as a company, and
Yep.
and keep your pipelines warm. Telling them when things turn back on, they can have candidates ready to go the second a job is available.
Well, from your mouth to God's ears.
Let's hope.
Right?
Let's
I
hope.
know I have
Yes.
lost years of my life trying to help executives. So,
Yes.
well, tell everyone where can they find the book?
So the book's available on Amazon in both paperback and digital. It's a
Okay.
Talent Trifecta on Amazon. You can get it today.
Awesome.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you,
And make
Trent.
sure that you connect, give everyone your handles so that way they can connect with you.
So I am on LinkedIn. It's just Kara Yarnot on LinkedIn. Very easy to find.
Yeah,
Yes.
awesome.
All right.
Yeah, very unique name.
Yes.
This is
Yeah.
one of the
Not a lot of
benefits.
us out there, so easy to find. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming on. I
Thank
really
you, Trent.
appreciate it.
I appreciate it so
All right.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay tuned.
And this is the camera right here? Oh, shoot. All right.
Hey, welcome back. I am Trent Con with iSims, and I'm joined by
Adam Stokar from Talent Llama.
Yeah, we're going to talk about this topic. It's not being talked about a lot over the last 2 days, AI. So,
What is AI?
I don't know. You want to tell everyone a little bit more about what Talent Llama does?
Yeah, so we are an AI interviewing platform, and we help companies expertly screen every applicant for any skill. We're helping with digital transformation at the top of the funnel and building relationships and hanging out with cool people like Trent.
I don't know about that. But I am going to embarrass you for a little bit because I know something that probably not a lot of other people know because I had you on the podcast. What did you do before this?
So I'm a software engineer by education, and I've had a few other startups. My first one was essentially Salesforce for gyms. Moved into health and wellness tracking, which is where I met Ben, my co-founder, and this is technically my fourth startup.
Yeah. So yeah, he's jacked. Just just so you guys know, he's jacked.
Coming from you, that I don't know.
I don't know. I got to keep up. I got to
right?
keep up. So why don't we dive in? Because I know you're in the thick of what's really going on in AI. What has surprised you the most about 2025?
Well, I can say we just went to HR Tech and RecFest now. There are certainly a lot of new AI products, and almost every space is like packed with competition.
Mm-hmm.
So sourcing, resume screening, AI interviewing. I have seen a few others, believe it or not. There's just a lot of people starting companies, I guess.
Yeah, but is it a lot of sizzle, not a lot of steak?
I do think, there is some of this like vibe coding and vibe company building almost that it is very easy to build a quick solution or a quick prototype to a lot of the problems that we're all trying to solve. Put a nice branding, website together, get a nice booth, make it all look good. So I think that's kind of why you're seeing more competition, because standing all that stuff up now is much easier than it's typically been.
Yeah, and so you said vibe coding. I used to recruit and be in tech, so I know what that means, but tell everyone what you mean by vibe coding.
Yeah, there are some new tools out there, such as V0.dev, Lovable is another one. Cursor, yeah.
Windsurf, is that?
Windsurf, yeah, absolutely. And there's many more. And they essentially let you type in an idea for an app or a business or something or a web page, and it generates all the code for you and gives you a working prototype within a few seconds. So it's amazing. We do it. We use it at Talent Llama for prototyping and testing out ideas.
Oh, it's perfect for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's saved us a ton of time and money. So I fully support the use of it. But there is, that's the answer to your question, I guess.
Do you ever think, so when you're talking about being able to take something from concept to basic wireframes, kind of getting an idea, do you think that there's some things that we could learn from vibe coding and put vibe recruiting, like from an experience standpoint?
Yes. I think, you might have just come up with a business idea, so write that one down.
I am. I'll get you to help me found it.
But, I think the recruiting world, when I think vibe, if I was trying to make an analogy, I don't think you can prompt your way into a recruiting pipeline yet.
Not yet.
Directly just one prompt, get the whole thing, get all the tools you need, all the workflows, the relationships you have to build, that's not going to come from prompt, I don't think, yet. So I would think of it more as being able to quickly try different processes.
Yeah.
If you could figure out a way to live in a world where you have an idea for a new way to bring in candidates or to interview candidates, or a new source of people you want to go after, if you can quickly spin up something to try it and give you that validation that, this actually is a good idea, that to me would be kind of like vibe recruiting, right? And then you still have to put in, we can talk about the downsides, I guess, of this concept, right? And what it's good for and what it's bad for, but I guess that's how I would make the parallel over to recruiting.
Well, and it makes sense. at iCIMS, we're actually looking at the 3 different personas because in most, on the applicant tracking side, most have been designed first for HRIS integration primary. Then they started being concerned about the recruiter. Then let's care about the candidate, but we're losing the hiring manager. You know, so I think that, you know, kind of taking that vibe approach at all 3 of those different personas.
Yes.
What could recruiting look like in the future?
Yeah, I mean, what could it look like? I see it as a building blocks, kind of like an assembly line and building blocks, right? So, you know, there's going to be some type of pipeline where people are funnel. It's starting at the top and we're whittling down to the best candidates. There's different people involved, and they're all going to have different actions that they need to take on that pipeline. So, yeah, I think each of those actions can be a separate tool, or it can be a feature within a product, but you're going to have, it's almost just like Legos, right? If it gets that easy where you can just like kind of drag and drop things around, build whatever workflow you want, we're getting closer to that, I think, by the day.
So kind of like the Minority Report, just being able to kind of move things around in recruiting.
The advanced glass touchscreen, maybe
that would be awesome. That would be awesome.
In general, yeah.
So let's look forward to 2026. What are your predictions, and what are you all working on?
I think, so predictions for anything specific, or just,
wide open?
Well, I think we are going to see big businesses fully adopting AI and going through major transformation in terms of just how they're going to operate, at least for the next 5 to 10 years. You know, things are changing very fast right now, but
and there's actually an interesting data point. I hate to interrupt you.
No,
but,
go ahead.
There is data to support that. I can't remember who it came from, but they said in 2025, 75% of enterprise level companies are going to move from testing and prototyping to operationalizing AI. So it definitely supports your prediction there.
Absolutely, yeah. I also think we are going to finally stop using the word AI as like as something that helps you, in any way, because honestly, it's lost all its value at this point. There was a great talk here about how reframing it as automation versus AI will all of a sudden the legal team starts saying that's fine. The compliance team, there's no AI, so these are all go ahead, everything go through, and so we've had AI in our systems for years, right?
That's the funny thing.
Years,
yeah,
at least.
Everybody thinks like, oh, this is a new thing. It's really not.
Yeah, so there's been a panic. There's fear mongering. We've overcorrected. I feel like we're going to start going back, and that's just when you see big companies spending money on yearly contracts for these tools, then you realize
it tells you something.
We're now past that phase of like fear and testing and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I think 2026 is that year. We started 2 years ago. We got a bunch of we're not allowed to use AI in our first year. In our second year, we started selling pilots and people ready to really try this stuff, and now it's multi-year contracts, and we're seeing other parallel products that have been here much longer than us kind of go through those. They're also kind of now there's a sigh of relief, we're able to really roll this thing out and use this at big companies. So
awesome.
Yeah,
we've actually I sat down with our chief legal officer and chief compliance officer, because in my one-on-one with her, whenever I joined, she made a comment that she went to this AI legal conference with just a bunch of lawyers, and one of the questions that was asked is, whenever it comes to HR and TA tech, how many of you are okay with it being used? She said only a third, or something like that. Only a third raised their hand. And so she started asking the other attorneys, why are you just adamantly against it? He said, no one in HR or TA or the business has pushed me enough to say, I've got to have this for X, Y, or Z business reasons. So it was really interesting. I was like, got to get you on. So we actually did a fireside chat. So make sure that you check that out if you're running into issues with your legal team. So wrapping up, looking at your company, what's in store for 2026?
Yeah, so we have a bunch of really cool product releases coming up.
Can you give us a...
Yeah, I mean, one is around the interview experience itself. It's a fully hands-off, great, an upgraded voice options, and so more customization and ease of interviewing, I'd say. We have a ton of new integrations that we're rolling out with some additional ATS platforms, some multi-channel interviewing, so interviewing over text, interviewing over phone. A ton more that I'm forgetting right now. We have a huge roadmap.
That's good.
But,
That's good. Leave the audience wanting more. That's how you're supposed to do it.
And I think that outside of the product, we just hired a customer success lead. We are heavily investing in our current customers and making sure they are going to turn into long-term relationships, and looking for more companies too that want to take that journey with us and really experience. It's more than just software. It is a full digital transformation service of your top of funnel and set you up for the next 10 years.
I love it.
At least.
I love it.
Right.
So where can people find more about Talent Llama, connect with you?
Yeah, we're all over LinkedIn, really, so feel free to just connect with me directly on LinkedIn. You can go to talentllama.ai just to get some general info, and then schedule some time to meet with us if you're interested in doing a deep dive.
Awesome. Well, I've had Adam on my podcast. I love him and his team, so definitely if you're trying to solve for this problem, go and give them a shout out and check them out. So stay tuned. We will pick this up in just a minute.
Thanks so much, Trent. Love you too.
We good? All right, hello everyone out there on the interwebs, on LinkedIn. My name is Jada and we are live here from RecFest Day 2. We had an exciting day yesterday and we have some more back-to-back guests for you guys today. My name is Jada Montemorano. We have From the Desk right here at RecFest, so it's from the orange table today, and I'm here with Jerry right now. Nice to meet you officially in person.
Nice to meet you, Jada.
Introduce yourself for everyone out there watching.
Well, I think the easiest way and the only way that I really do that is to say that I'm a lifelong student of recruiting. I really care about what we do in this space, both professionally as well as in the industry. And so I spend a good deal of time learning about and listening to what people are doing and sharing.
Is that why you come to a place like RecFest?
Without a doubt. I think RecFest is a place that the recruiters in the trenches can have the most fun.
Yeah.
I think the whole vibe is so much higher here than you would be if you're enclosed in some kind of dark, dank casino.
That's what everyone was saying yesterday. They were like, we're happy we're not in a ballroom. We're outside. It's hot, but it's beautiful.
It is. But you know what? You can also see
Yeah.
all the folks wandering around. They're not around the corner and all of that kind of stuff. You can picture people that you might know and be able to want to, catch up. and people that you can meet. So I just like the capability that this offers, and then circus tents make it kind of fun.
Right? There's
evokes-
games.
it
People are in
evokes
money
way back
machines
when.
out here.
About 100. My understanding is about 102 vendors here as well.
It's amazing.
So,
It's been so much fun. It's my
lot of
first one.
learning.
I love it.
Yeah.
And did anything bring you out specifically? You said you love to learn. So was there anything or any speaker or any booth you really wanted to go to, or anything that surprised you?
There's a lot of excellent speakers here. Some of them are members of Career Crossroads. Some of them I have always followed and listened to. I spoke yesterday at the end over in the Inspire stage, and this morning I interviewed 4 of those. Almost all, I think all 3 of the 4 had been speakers as well yesterday. So it was interesting. It was fun. It's a wonderful way to catch up and maybe add a little extra to what's going on.
Yeah, I love that. And anything you learned or any technology you saw that you may be taking away with you?
Well, I got to tell you, and I'm sure everyone that you've talked to, no one can, no one can avoid the uncertainty around AI. So if
that
you,
word.
Every single speaker is speaking to that issue, and not all of them are speaking on the same page.
Yeah.
So everybody's got this view of the future. I doubt very much if there's any expertise that is authentic in relation to that, although I have no doubt within a year, 2 years, somebody will claim that they predicted it, whatever it turns out to be. But you know, it's the time that people should all be embracing, as opposed to, let me wait until this all settles out. I think right now is when you should be playing as best you can. I mean, I can tell you where I learn is from my grandchildren.
Yeah.
So I have a 16-year-old grandson in high school, and the school does not allow AI.
I love that. I don't think it should be used in schools.
But everybody's using it anyway.
Of course.
So a year ago,
We used to cheat on water bottles.
I
You
know.
find a way.
I asked him a year ago what he was doing, and he was putting in obviously correct answers with the help of AI, but getting into all kinds of trouble because he didn't know how he got there.
Yeah.
But over the course of that year, what he started to learn how to do is to prompt AI to teach him not just the answers, but how to get there. And by the end of the year, he was more comfortable having AI teach him than he was in the school. Now, 2-3 weeks ago, I was asking him as well, so what are you doing now? And now he says, I've got 3 classes in which 60% of my grade is participation in class.
Yeah.
He said, so I'm trying to tell AI what the teacher has been doing the last few days and asking it to predict what she's going to do tomorrow. And what questions should I, as a 16-year-old, be asking or answering that would make me look good so I can get my 60%?
Oh my gosh, that's so crazy.
And
to
I'm
me.
going, how cool is that? I said, do your parents know? And he goes, I don't tell them too much relative to it because I'm not allowed to use AI. So I'm thinking more optimistically that the folks
I need some optimism.
who are in high school now will be driving forces at some point when they start work, because they're going to be native speakers at that point from an AI point of view.
Well, it's interesting because I'm a millennial, so I had life before technology, and I was in middle school and high school when the internet and phones and all of that started. So I feel like I'm kind of that version of that with AI. And I guess back then it's the same thing. I was learning everything. We had computer class in school. I was doing it all. And probably to my parents, they were like, what is this? This is scary. So now I feel that way. I feel like the boomer. Sorry to boomers out there. I feel like the boomer being like, AI is scary. Take it away.
And as a boomer, I can certainly tell you it's been fascinating watching the different variations of our children, grandchildren,
Yeah.
etc., grow up and go through all of these different, evolutions.
Yeah.
So yeah, the internet evolution made you a digital native.
Yeah.
And that gives you a different perspective of the world.
Yeah. Still have to teach my mom how to use her phone.
But it will be a different version that
Yeah.
comes out over the next 4 years. My college, Stevens Institute of Technology, all freshmen, 1,000 of them that come in, it's a small school, are totally immersed in AI now.
Yeah.
And coached by their professors, et cetera, on how to take much more control over their education over the next 4 years. So I think we're going to see an interesting kind of revolution, just as we saw the digital natives
Yep.
come into the workforce and succeed in ways we never thought of.
Yeah, I hope so. I love when I have a guest on the show that makes us all feel a little bit more positive about AI. We've been
I
talking.
think we have to.
I know, it's kind of like the you can't beat them, join them, right? It's here to stay. We're not getting rid of it, right?
You got it. Absolutely.
So we were talking about AI in the broad sense, but let's bring it back to HR recruiting, what we're here to talk about at RecFest. So from the different speakers you saw, from what I'm learning from you, you do feel positive about it. But what, in your opinion, are those positives and those negatives of AI specifically in the HR recruiting space?
Well, on the positive side, we've got about, I'd say, 40%, 30 to 40% of the companies that are out there are experimenting to some degree. Negative side of that is that means that's about 60%
Yeah.
are still so risk averse that in order to participate, you're going to have to go offline. You can't be using any of the tools in your company. You're going to be using your phone, and other kinds of things. Hopefully, some of them are doing that. So there's that issue. There's the basic kinds of things that we do. Let's say we do a job description. Well, obviously, can I use AI for job descriptions? But not too many people are asking how do we reimagine job descriptions? How do we reimagine the top of the funnel? How do we reimagine the assessments that we do? How do we reimagine how much information we're going to tell the candidate about our process and what we're doing, and provide feedback to them that might be constructive and helpful if they don't go forward, that they could be successful somewhere else or in some other job that they didn't apply to. We're only at the very beginning of dealing with this, because the positive side is where a few are experimenting with what we do now and what AI could do to help us do it a little more productively and a little bit faster. And most of the speakers talk to the cases of them doing that. But what we're not doing is talking about the unusual, different ways we could be recruiting or looking at the recruiting process and using AI in a totally different way. What if you imagine that you have an
I was going to
earbud?
say, do you have ideas? Give us some of your
Of
ideas today. Don't give
course.
us all of them, because you should keep them secret. But
no,
do you have any
I-
general ideas of how to use the AI?
The
in
people who
different
know
ways?
me know I keep no secrets.
Perfect. Share it here.
So the real issue is thinking about coaching, and as agents become much more capable, much more knowledgeable, they should be, in your ear advising you about where you might be interviewing someone. So we know, for example, that if you're interviewing someone for a job, you shouldn't dominate the conversation.
Yeah, you want to hear from
You should
them,
be
right?
listening. So what if you had a steady stream of a coach saying, "Shut up for a second." Stop talking about all of this stuff.
Or you're making them uncomfortable.
You're right, exactly. That's not a question that's been approved.
No.
Whatever.
Don't talk to them that way.
Hey, so I gotta tell you, once you start thinking about that, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Now the issue is it cheating for the candidate to have the same earbud saying, "Boy, that was a stupid question, but here's a way to answer that recruiter so you look good."
Interesting.
Or you just answered that question, but you forgot an important project that you accomplished with this kind of outcome. You should be telling them about that.
I know. We should be able to bring notes to interviews, right?
Right. Why not?
I have.
Why not?
On virtual interviews, I have notes on my screen. I do my research. I have them next to me just in case. I think we should do it.
Right. So it's only a leap up
Yeah.
that you've got this earbud
Yeah.
coaching you because it already knows everything about you.
Yep.
You've let that train on you, who you are. So you could go on and on about these kinds of things, but if I'm recording us, I'm supposed to tell you that I'm recording us.
Yeah, that's true.
What about the candidate? Is the candidate okay? If I'm recording you, can the
Yeah.
candidate record as well? You
Yeah,
gotta
I guess
think
they would
about
have
that.
to tell you. Yeah, I
See,
agree.
and your hesitation tells me that's what everybody does
Mhm.
because they haven't answered that question yet in their company.
Yeah.
And some companies will think, oh, that's cheating. But maybe it's not. Cheating is more a fraud issue.
Yeah, as long as you're not lying.
I'm not if I'm not lying, if
Yeah.
I'm not projecting, if I'm fully transparent about who I am and where I'm at, that should be something I'd be looking for. And for candidates, that's a lot more that they're looking for. Because if they're not transparent, if employers are not transparent, the kinds of questions that you really have in the back of your mind, like how many people that look like me have you hired in the last 5 years and where are they now?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have access to that kind of data whether or not the hiring manager tells you or not.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a little awkward to ask that question of a hiring manager in the middle of him selecting you.
Yeah,
let's
when they're
say.
like, any questions for us?
Yeah, exactly.
Hit him with the hard balls.
So isn't that fascinating?
Yeah.
Those are the things that aren't being spoken yet, is my point.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of even the conversations I've had on my show have been more about using AI to make lives easier. Is the most common phrase I've heard, like you mentioned, of using it for sorting through resumes or the mundane tasks that they don't have time to do, all of that. So I guess that's the first wave. So I know you gave your example. Do you have a second wave
That
of
is
how
the
you
second
think
wave.
using it in the person interviews?
It is making it hyper personal more and more.
And
It becomes increasingly your source of knowledge.
Yeah.
It has a knowledge of you. It can combine that knowledge of you with its sources of knowledge to be able to provide you with advice and help as you wend your way in the journey of work,
Yeah.
of getting hired, etc. And so those kinds of waves are there. I don't know if you had interviewed Diana Tsai, she spoke here.
Okay.
She wrote a book called AI for the Good. And just like you said, wave, she posits in her book 3 waves
Oh, no way.
of AI over the next 5 to 7 years. And she creates a persona for each of those waves and then describes how that persona is affected by, if you will, the opportunities for AI during that wave. So that would be an interest. I mean, you're just right on that. You're
Look
right
at
on
that.
the
I
target.
didn't even know. Didn't even
There you
read
go.
the book. There we go. I'm on it.
That's all. You're on it. So that's good.
So you mentioned a little bit about that next wave of AI, of using it for adding in that personal aspect. And a lot of what I talk about on this show as well is not losing the human aspect of human resources, right? The business of people. So is that, or what other ways do you see the human aspect still being involved, even with all of this AI taking over?
Oh, there's no question that humans, at some point, need to be heavily involved in oversight.
Yeah.
If you're purchasing and using and developing and scaling AI, you really need a bit of a quality control point to make sure that
Yeah.
what they claimed is actually happening.
Yeah.
What we expect as outcomes really are happening. And to be able to do that, you need to be able to sample that journey, whatever it is, engagement, selection, assessment, onboarding, and promotion, and all of the other kinds of things that are human, that humans will go through, to make sure that what we believe is happening is actually happening.
So we're not getting rid of humans just yet.
No, humans will be, but will
Even though there's
humans
a
will be
robot
changing their
dog
job.
out there. Did you see that?
But the job of being able to do that will require different kinds of skills.
Yeah.
And so you're going to see more IO psych. You're going to see an increase in the use of HR operations. Those kinds of things will be a little bit bigger in an HR organization, and some of the jobs will either disappear or be much less valuable in terms of how they're operating. And that's going to be, I think, powerful time for people to continue to evolve.
Yeah, change their careers.
I think
change
the
their
thing we have
focus.
to focus on, though, is what is human.
Yeah.
And increasingly, the interaction with AI, it can be satisfying just from a human point of view. People are choosing to be interviewed in some instances by a non-human.
Yeah, they feel
because
more
it's
comfortable.
more reliable, more consistent, fairer in long run, and defensible in terms of giving me feedback.
Yep.
So those possibilities exist.
Well, I love it. Thank you so much for joining us today here on our live stream. Your answers, I hope, gave everybody a little bit more positivity and hope in this world of AI.
Well, thank you, Jada. Appreciate the opportunity.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone, for watching. Stick right there. We have our next interview on deck here at RecFest. My name is Jada. Stick right with us. We'll be right back. Yes. Hello, everyone out there. This is Jada back here live at RecFest. We just have back-to-back interviews today, so make sure you stick around, hang out, don't go anywhere. We're taking from the desk right here to from the orange table here at RecFest, and I am joined by Amanda right now. Thank you so much for joining our show.
Thanks for having me, Jada. I'm excited to be here.
Excited to have you. So can you explain to everyone out there who you are and what you do?
Sure. So my name is Amanda Thompson Buffington. I'm one of the co-founders and managing partners at Hopefully Marketing Group. We're a recruitment, marketing, and employer brand agency. So full service, everything from advertising, digital, out of home, creative services, and strategy.
Amazing. And what brought you to RecFest? Have you been before? I know you founded this company, so is this your a way to spread the message about it?
We love RecFest. So this is our third year
Amazing.
to attend, but our first year to sponsor.
Love.
But yes, Kara and I came to the first one in the U.S. 3 years ago, and we're like, okay, this is definitely something we want to come back to. Last year was fantastic. This is the first year at Fairgrounds, and this is interesting because it's a little more compact, but it's been a great last day and a half. So.
I love it. And with starting a company and kind of working for yourself, coming to events like this, is this basically the power of networking? Is this very helpful for your business?
Well, it's great seeing old friends and making new friends. I've been in this industry for a long time. I spent 7.5 years at Monster.com. So walking around and seeing a lot of Monster alumni and seeing where they've gone since the Monster days. And then I spent 8 years at Baird Advertising prior to the Appcast acquisition. So seeing old colleagues here is great. It's a great place to come and learn, just so many vendors all in one place at one time.
Yep.
You can really get demos and learn, about the latest and greatest all in one spot. So that's just the consolidation of everybody here at one time. It's a great place to learn.
And is there anything so far that you that stood out to you, either from the speakers or the vendors, that you're taking back home with you to the company to say, okay, we're going to do this or start this?
No one's talking about AI at all.
No one.
We
I've
don't
not
talk
heard
about
that word before.
at all. But no, there's some really interesting things to learn about how to show up. You know, the job seekers are changing their behaviors, and they're using, chat, Gronk, whatever, Perplexity to search for jobs, and how companies are showing up in those searches. You know, we used to say 80% of job searches start on Google. Well, now 40% are starting on these other AI tools. So how are you showing up there? So there's some really cool stuff from built in that I saw today that was really interesting.
And can you explain that a little bit more? Because I haven't really heard that before from anybody I've spoken to. So when you say showing up on an AI service for search, how is that different than showing up on a Google?
Well, it's very similar now, right?
Okay.
If you're showing up high on a Google search, you get a lot of LinkedIn links, Glassdoor links, you get a lot of built-in links just organically, and that's also showing up on Chat or Perplexity or whatever you're using. So really the SEO optimization is going to help you now on these other AI providers.
Interesting. Yeah. That's so crazy. From every angle. So it's basically the recruiter side's using AI, but also the interview side.
Yeah.
So,
but from the advertising side, as an agency owner, we want our clients to show up where people are searching in a meaningful way, and people are going to Chat, Perplexity, whatever, to say, hey, what's it like to actually work at this company? And you want to make sure that what's showing up, you want to show up. So, yeah.
So can you give an example based on that? If you are working with one of your clients, what are they doing to make sure they are showing up, regardless of the search engine that they're using, that they look their best?
Yeah, so it's just having that consistent message so that wherever, because it could change tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the Google SEO is not going to give traffic to Chat. Who knows? Yeah. So you just got to be consistent no matter where it's showing up. Have a consistent message across the board on your Glassdoor, on your LinkedIn, on your career site, even on your job postings. Make sure it's consistent.
And what are some tips or tricks for your clients that you do have them do to make them look good to employees? Because from doing this show now, I never really thought of, companies need to market themselves to people to work there, because usually it's just like mad dash apply to whatever job, but companies can be picky. So what are those tips to really stand out?
Yeah, I think just telling the right stories, right? Just telling the stories that are important to the job seeker, people actually doing the work, that are talking about why they love it or what they don't love about it. And the authenticity is really, really important. There's a lot of manufacturer stories out there, so the authentic stories from real employees is extremely valuable.
Yeah, that's so interesting. As a news reporter, I interviewed a lot of people that were in, I'm blanking on the word, unions, different unions, about their different career programs and things like that, and they were set up by the companies or the union's marketing team to be like, we have this really great worker who did this, we want to share their story. So it's so interesting. I was a part, I guess, of brand marketing.
Yeah, the employee-generated content is a really great way to tell a story without feeling like marketing spiel. It's the people doing the work talking about what they love about their organization. And if it's employee generated, it's just so much more authentic and real to the person that's looking for a job. They want to know, what is it going to, what's my team like? What's the day-to-day life like? They don't want to hear from the CEO.
No.
That's not doing the work.
Not attainable.
No. Yeah.
So from the recruiting perspective, we talked about branding and marketing. What else really goes into being a good recruiter or finding those great candidates? What are some of those, I guess, this day and age? I guess an example I have is back in the day, when I was applying to jobs and out of college, everybody was like, don't have your name on Facebook, because companies can't see your posts. And now it's like, no, they want to know about you post. So even just that has been different for me personally. So I guess nowadays, what are some other recruiting techniques?
Definitely the err on the side of caution on what you share on social that's public. But certainly you can have a LinkedIn presence that is much more buttoned up and professional. I mean, I personally, I have all of my business posts are on LinkedIn. I don't really post a lot of business stuff on Facebook personally, but I like Instagram too. So it's, I don't know, just you kind of find your channels, and it depends on who you're trying to get in front of, right? As far as your audience, what channel are they on? As an employer, you want to go, show up where they are. So it's really the persona who are you trying to get in front of, and making sure that you show up there when they're looking.
Is that one of the biggest changes you've noticed, is just having to now use social media for that marketing and to tell those stories?
Yeah. absolutely. That's what I love about the employee-generated content showing up on the social channels.
Did you have to like learn or teach yourself like all these new things? Because content creation is a job as on its own, and now recruiting and marketing agencies need to do it.
And now it's video. You know,
Yeah.
it used to be just static images,
Yep.
and now if it's not video, it's not going to get the engagement. But there's some great video partners out there. So, you know, for the employee-generated content specifically, we partnered with Mahalo Hub for an activation while we're here, and we're using their platform to take video and. Yeah, so we're gonna have a little montage
Love that.
to share. But yeah, the video piece is important.
Everybody needs to be their own content creator,
Yeah.
videographer, editor at this point.
It's true. I mean, if you're not sharing the real stories, that you're just not showing up. And
Yeah.
the companies that are doing that are the ones that are gonna win.
Going back to the dirty word of the weekend, well, I guess it's midweek of
Yeah.
the festival. AI, is that another obviously major change now in how all of these industries, the whole world is going to be running. So
Yeah.
for your job specifically, and when you're working with the clients, what now is being discussed about AI?
Yeah. So every tool that our clients are, that we're basically a broker, right? So we partner with LinkedIn, with Indeed, with all the vendors here, and they all have their AI launch. They all have the new tools at the disposal of our clients. So it's really just trying to educate ourselves on the updates and where those LLMs are plugged into exactly. So it's interesting to see the evolution. We've been talking about this for a few years, and now it's all here. And just really trying to help our clients understand what's a shiny tool or what's a shiny object versus a tool that's actually going to help solve a problem that they have. So right now we're working on a matrix of all the AI tools out here, and what problem are they solving?
Yeah.
What is the problem that they're solving? How does it fit into the pipeline or the funnel for our clients in the process, and how can we make sure that we're putting the right tools in place with them, actually solving real problems, not just, oh, let's
Yeah.
try this new thing, and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
it's not even real.
So is that your job? So is that what you do? You go to your clients and you say, hey, these are 3 new tools I learned about. I think they would work for you guys.
Yeah.
Are you interested? So is that...
We like to start with what problem, like what is the
Okay.
problem our clients are having right now. Our clients are seeing a huge number of candidates coming through that are unqualified. So helping get to the qualified candidates right now. There's some great tools out there that can help do that. But they're getting inundated with too many unqualified candidates and just cutting through the noise right now. And our clients are all asking, what do we do with AI? We're getting so many,
Yeah.
are these real candidates? AI is helping job seekers apply to so many jobs in a really short period of time. And all of a sudden, everyone's qualified because they've copied the job description and mirrored their resume to look just like it.
Yeah.
So it's like, who's really qualified and who's not?
That must be so hard, because I know at least from the job seeker perspective, it's like, okay, we want to use a little bit of these tools because we feel like we're not getting seen, but it's
Yeah.
also from the company side too, when they're getting so many and there's 1 or 2 jobs.
Yes.
How do you do that?
It's the challenge right now that's what's great about being here
Yeah.
is talking to some of these vendor partners to see who can solve those problems for our clients.
And on that note, on my show, I always like to give everybody out there listening a piece of advice, right?
Okay.
We are in this tumultuous time,
Yeah.
as we were talking about finding jobs and getting jobs. So from your experience working with your clients, and I guess based off of what they've told you, what is one tip you could give the job seekers out there right now of how to break through that noise, or just anything maybe that's top of mind that you've learned that we could share?
Yeah, I think it's just having meaningful conversation and the human aspect of the job search. It's interesting because there are a lot of people in our industry that are looking for work right now in our space, and we've really tried to embrace being in person a lot more and having networking events and getting people together in person. And I feel like over the last few years, like we've really kind of missed that.
Yeah.
And I really encourage people that are searching for a job, really try to have those meaningful conversations. Reach out, network, and try to get on a video call if you can't be in person. Like really truly have that human connection. It's so important.
I love that, and that's what I take away from a lot of people I speak to in this space is like, don't get too nervous about AI, because we still need that human, you still need that personal interaction, especially to break through the noise of AI.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for
Thanks,
joining the show
Jada.
today. I truly appreciate it.
Thank
This was a
you.
great conversation. And thank you all out there for watching our live show here at RecFest. My name is Jada. We took the desk right here to RecFest, and we will be back with more back-to-back interviews in a little bit. So sit tight, don't go anywhere, and we will be right back. Hello, hello, everyone out there on LinkedIn. We are back here at RecFest. I am Jada with from the desk with Jada Montemurano here at the orange table today here at RecFest, and I'm joined by Sean and Katie. Hello, thank you so much for being on our live today.
Thanks for having us.
So if you guys want to just give a little brief intro of who you are and what you do to the people out there watching.
Sure. I'm Sean Warden, and this is Katie Suk. We're the founders of Realist, and Realist enables companies to attract passive candidates and take their jobs to the job seekers where they actually spend their time, and that's on social media platforms like Instagram and TikTok. And we do this by automating the whole process of organic and paid social ads from end to end, from creating content with, we generated AI to generate videos and content. We can take your existing footage and repurpose it. There's all sorts of things we can do with that. And then most importantly, we can actually tell you who was hired from these social ads, where they came from, how long these people are staying at your company. Is Instagram driving better hires? Is it TikTok? Whatever it is. And so we can tell you that. We can also tell you what kind of content is actually driving the best types of hires. It's
Wow,
really
you
cool.
know everything. Do you know what I'm wearing while I'm applying?
Absolutely.
I mean, you can hack a camera these days, so I love that. So we were actually just talking before this about the use of social media now in the recruiting space and in the world in general of getting jobs. So I know you both founded the company. So what was that initial idea? Was it just seeing how people use social media? Like what made you say, okay, this is what we're going to do to help these companies?
So it definitely came from the fact that that's where people are spending their time. It came from the fact that Gen Z, millennials, they are spending 2.5 hours a day on social. And so if you're not there, you're not being seen. And I would say the other piece of it that's really important to us is job seekers don't know what's out there and available to them. And so it's that awareness piece where if they understand the jobs that are out there and a simple way to apply that works with their native state, that's what we wanted to build.
And what type of content, I mean, it's obviously so different for different jobs and things like that, but what type of content generally works well? Is it video? Is it interviews? Is it photos? Or it's just across the board?
So what you really want to do is test a lot of different types of content, but I will tell you the things that matter to job seekers, specifically frontline, high volume, jobs where there's high turnover, skilled trades. What they care about is how much they're going to make, where they're going to work, what the hours are, and what are the specific benefits to them. In less than 15 seconds on Instagram, in less than 7 seconds on Snap. We can tell you all that stuff, but it is very specific to their life.
And are you guys helping come up with like the ideas for this content? Like how do you fit all of that in 15 seconds in an engaging way?
AI.
That buzzword,
but it's not really a buzzword for us. It's really taking the content that you have, taking your information about your job, taking the vibe off of your website and your photos and videos, and then creating a hiring video. And then really we have a data-driven approach. We test it all and then see what works for your job seekers. And let me pass that back because I'm hogging the mic.
I love it. I love it. So when you are working with your clients, what is that usual kind of workflow? Do they explain to you like these are who we're looking for? Do you have like a meeting? Like what's that kind of flow like for what you do?
So I think one of the things that actually makes us a little bit different, I want to back up just a little bit, is our customers use us as an alternative to Indeed.
Nice.
And so we are we're not an agency. We don't do any of the agency-like things like you're talking about. We're strictly software, we're strictly tech. So you can come in, you can just give us some references, things like that, and it'll just generate the content based on all of the, we've literally made thousands of, we started as like kind of agency-like services to figure out like what are the best types. So fed all of the thousands of videos that we made into this, started training it, the models and things like that to be able to generate the best type of content. Images work, videos work. The barrier, it doesn't have to be this really polished video. In fact, it shouldn't be. All of our data shows that it should not be this really polished. It should be really authentic. You could do real people doing it. You could do images of your people and turn them into videos. There's like so many things you can do, and they all convert as long as the distribution is set up correctly.
And then, like you said, you'll see who's clicking on that to physically apply, and you kind of follow the whole trajectory.
Yeah, so we actually connect to your ATS. So that's one of the big things is we take the candidates directly from social and put them into your ATS. There's no career page, there's no landing pages, there's nothing. And so from a job seeker, yeah, from a job seeker standpoint, they're just scrolling.
Yep.
They see the ad, they click, they can apply. We take that information, we can mirror your ATS and screening questions, knockout questions, whatever you have there. And so we'll feed it back in. And as you're hiring people, we're targeting more people like the people you're hiring in real time. And so our whole goal is to drive your ad spend all the way down. Boost your brand as much as possible and drive your ad spend all the way down.
And from a job seeker perspective, we wouldn't know which ads were made by you guys or which companies are putting out ads. Like from a user perspective, how does it show up for us? It's just an ad in your feed, basically?
Yes, so you can do organic or paid post. And so essentially with the paid, it's literally just like any other ad, but it's, hey, we're hiring, here's what we're doing. You can click on it, you can tag your friends. We've had a lot of people refer their friends because welders hang out with welders, strip fitters hang out with strip fitters, arborists hang out with arborists, and so, or somebody that might be good for this job, and so they literally just tag them and keep scrolling, and then we can take those people in too. So
it's so interesting because right now we're in this wild time, I call it a tumultuous time, of the job market, and it seems like there are just so many people looking for jobs and not enough of them. So it's so interesting to see that marketing jobs is still very, very important and needed, right? So from your side, where you're helping companies do this, obviously companies need it, right? So what are you hearing from them?
So interesting you mentioned that, because one of the ancillary benefits is that they are seeing, specifically for people that have a B2C relationship, they are seeing a boost in revenue from advertising their jobs. Because so a new QSR opens in a new town and they want to hire people, they put out their hiring ads and they drive awareness that they're opening up. And they smart. Yes, so we've heard that a lot.
Tagging,
we see tagging,
they'll
yes.
Be like, hey, did you know this restaurant's opening here? Blah blah blah. We should get our friends stuff, but it's literally a hiring ad.
That's so wild.
Yeah, it's so cool. And then I think the thing that is really exciting for a lot of our customers is that they're not getting AI applies.
Okay.
Because in order to apply off social, you see that ad and you have to take an action. So
you have to have your Instagram page that hopefully is not a bot, right?
Yes. Well, yeah,
I don't think the bots are applying using Instagram.
They're
right?
not. That's not their first goal. I would say. No, but so you get people who are interested in that job. They've seen your creative and they're interested.
I love that. Yeah. I love getting some positives of AI out there from my interviews because in the general world, I feel like AI to everybody is crushing. Mm-hmm. But in this space of HR and recruiting and talent and all of that, it seems to be a pretty big positive.
Yeah, it is. And I think, for us, one of the ways it shows up that's really positive is it's a very fast and easy way to get your creative out there.
Yep.
And that's a hard thing for people who don't have that background and you don't know what to put in your ad.
Yeah.
If you can make your ad like that and then edit it and then put it out there, edit it over time and put it out there and see which message is driving the people who are going to stay.
Yep.
What do we talk about that's going to bring the people that are going to stay for 60, 120, 180 days?
Yeah, traditionally with making content, if you think pre AI, you got to hire editors, videographers, you have to have all the lights, the cameras, all this stuff. And so these videos, they cost $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 for these 30-second, 60-second hiring videos that have this very short shelf life. Mm-hmm. And so it's just not practical to recruit with them.
Yeah.
And so with AI, you don't have to spend $50,000 on a video or $10,000. You can literally spend $1 on the video and put $10,000 behind it and get incredible awareness, incredible brands, and you can figure out, is that actually delivering? Is that the message our job seekers want to hear in real time? Because you spend almost nothing on it, so if it's not working, you say, hey, let's revise this next one. Yeah.
So let's keep it for job ads and not for our movies.
Yes.
All right, that's coming
let's
too.
Keep the real people in the movies and let's keep my job, but let's use it for the ads only.
100%.
That's coming.
I know, unfortunately. That's why it's scary for people, but to hear the way you guys explain it of, yes, does a 30-second or a 15-second hiring ad need to be the most artistic, beautifully shot from probably not, right?
They
So-
do worse.
Yeah.
Statistically, they do much worse than
Yeah.
authentic ones.
So to hear it from that perspective, I'm like, okay, I could see where it's
Yeah.
helpful, right?
Yeah. Well, and I will say, we do have customers that upload their own ads,
Yep.
that have that creative ability in-house, and that's great.
Yeah.
That works for them, that's their vibe. But for people who don't, we want to put the power
Yeah.
of social into the hands of talent acquisition. And we don't assume that they know how to do that.
It is really hard coming from someone who shoots her own video, edits her own video, things like that. I would do a lot of stories with restaurants, for example, and they would be like, we don't post on social. I'm like, that's free marketing. They're like, but we don't know how to edit and film. And I'm like, I know it is difficult for someone who doesn't have that like natural ability. So it's so smart.
Yeah.
You guys are so smart.
Thank you.
So when you come out to a place like RecFest, is that what this is? Is just telling everybody about your business? Does it help you grow, the networking? Like, what do you guys get out of coming to an event like this?
So what we've noticed about RecFest, which is really awesome, is that people are here to learn.
Yeah.
They're here to grow, and that's why we're here. To make relationships, see who's here, see what they're working on, and understand partnerships. So that's what we've really gotten out of it. We've talked to tons of people, we had lots of meetings, and we want to find the natural fits.
Yeah. So I have nothing to add to that.
Oh, I thought you were going to add. You were like,
No,
I'll
just
take it.
like partnerships. That's what
I'll
we're-
take the mic from you. And when you're working with your clients, obviously right now, we talked a lot about your ads and in the social space, but is there anything that your clients are coming to you saying, we really want to do this? Or is there a new thing that you've seen a consensus on that people are really trying to like break through it all?
all of our clients we're trying to diversify. Indeed, can you do that? And so that's essentially, they're like, we need alternatives. And so it's our software. It's worked 100% of the time for 100% of our customers. We're really proud of that. But it's also, I think, just replacing that's like the number one thing. And
so
then,
really, people are not happy with Indeed right now?
the ones we talk to, I
Okay.
would say that, but also sometimes they'll use us for like general awareness as well. And so there's really interesting uses our customers have of our tech. And so one is, hey, we don't have brand presence in this area. We may be a very large corporate brand, you know us, Fortune company, but they're like, people don't know us if we go a few miles down the street, or we're in this other town and people don't really know us. So they'll use us to like spread awareness about them as a company, as an employer. They use us to target colleges, and so we can actually target around college campuses, so you don't need to engage their career centers, you don't need to talk to them, you can actually just go straight, target around the schools. We target, like, for example, trade schools and things like that to like get new emerging students, and there's a ton of random use cases. I can keep going.
Yeah.
That they keep
And I
going.
know what your company, you probably don't want to promote other companies, but when your clients are saying, like, we don't want to be on Indeed anymore, what can we do? Are there any other avenues that companies can go to other than doing the social media ads?
So typically our customers are like, we've done programmatic. Programmatic doesn't work for us. And then also we're tired of job boards. They don't also work. And then programmatic is just posting on job boards. And so it's just kind of like, and so they're truly looking for alternatives. So for us, the true best alternative is probably Indeed, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think for those high volume ads, there are some people who are going to like the QR codes, the in-person type of thing. I would say we've seen referrals, which is actually really interesting because social lends itself to referrals in a way that it hasn't been possible before.
Yeah.
Where you can have attribution of that referral back to like, hey, I saw this ad, I sent it to 20 people.
And you see who sent it,
and you see who sent it. So the attribution level and the data reporting level from social is incredible. So that is something we haven't really explored as much but within this conversation, but there's incredible opportunity to understand who you're reaching, who's responding, what's targeting, what's hitting.
So for a job seeker, I always like to end my show talking about a little bit of advice for people trying to break through right now and apply. But because what you guys do is super niche, I'm going to see if you can answer this question. If the job seeker wants to look for jobs or opportunities on social media that aren't just an ad coming through, is there a way to do that yet from our end?
Facebook just re-released Facebook Careers and Jobs literally
Okay.
like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and so there might be an avenue through that, but like outside of that, not really.
Do you think
honestly.
there is a next step for that? Is that something that you guys maybe think about?
Yeah, for us being able to like index those, it's 100% something that we've looked at pretty heavily, and so maybe coming out soon. We'll see.
Ooh, stay tuned out there because you guys are like, this is so easy, it's amazing, it's magical, and then it's like, wait a second, but if I'm looking for a specific job, like how do I find it that way? So I guess that's the next step.
Yeah.
It is, absolutely.
It's I would say a tip for job seekers when you're using these LLMs, things like that. Tell it to remove all the formatting to make it look like an LLM. So when I'm going through resumes, I can tell there's tricks that we do internally. We do like fingerprinting on resumes and stuff to like detect who's using AI and where they're using it to gauge like interest and stuff like that. And so remove anything like the bolds, like matching the keywords and stuff. Remove
The
it all.
dash.
Remove the M dashes.
Why do people keep it in? It's so, just delete them.
Yes, and you could also go like, if you're using ChatGPT, go on ChatGPT and say never use M dash, save that to memory, and it will never use it again.
I love that.
And
Look
so
at all these tips we're getting, knowledge.
But it's like instantly.
Wow.
Instantly recognize who's like doing it, because one of the things like as we look at resumes like is outside, like even just for us personally internally, it's very easy to tell who's using it. And so then the next question is, we do a ton with AI workflows and stuff, so it's like my guess is everyone just submitted this with some sort of workflow and they actually have no clue who we are. So let's get rid of all of those people automatically. So it's like you don't have 100% of the qualifications.
Yeah.
We know that's not true. Check your dates. We have people that are like, I've been using OpenAI since like 2016. It's like, no, you haven't. Like, it wasn't even out. Like, it's just because the LLMs are doing it and they're not reviewing it.
And they're not reviewing it.
Uh-huh.
Review your work. The teachers taught us. Well, thank you both so much for joining the show today. I truly appreciate it. This was such a helpful conversation. I love everyone in my life seems to be applying for a job, so I love taking all these little tips and giving it to them. So I appreciate all your help.
Hey, thanks for having us on. It was really great to
course.
meet you.
You too, and thank you everybody for watching. You know the drill. We have more interviews to come, so sit right there and we'll be right back from RecFest. We're ready? Awesome. Hello, everyone out there. We're back at Purple Acorn here live from RecFest. My name is Jada. We are taken from the desk with Jada Montemorano right here to the orange table at RecFest, and I am joined by Emily. How are you doing today?
I am so well. How are you?
Good, good. So now explain to everyone out there who you are and what you do and why you're here at RecFest.
Yes, I'm Emily Wares, and I'm here at RecFest representing Kyle & Co. So I'm our head of advisory and client services. We help enterprise organizations optimize their hiring process. So that's really my role and my function with the organization. And so being at RecFest is really helpful because I get to talk to practitioners that are doing the job every single day. I get their real-time feedback, understand the challenges, the opportunities that they have, and really why they're here to look at vendors or have really good dialogue with people that are doing great work with technology.
Yeah, there's so many technology vendors here. I mean, we're going to get to it, the buzzword of AI, obviously it's everywhere. So is that something you do while you're here? You look at different vendors or technologies that would make it easier for your clients?
Absolutely. I think there are so many vendors in the space, and for TA practitioners that are doing their job on the day-to-day, it's really hard to look up and then not only assess your environment, but then understand the full landscape and how do those vendors match their particular use case to drive the value and outcomes that they're looking for. So certainly we are spending a lot of our time not only talking to practitioners, but understanding that vendor landscape, understanding how they're creating value for different organizations and how we can pair them together.
Is there anything that has been super interesting to you that you've learned so far, or anything you're taking back with you?
I think, to your point, the AI space, I am so absolutely impressed by how many AI interviewers have popped up almost overnight. It seems wild to me. We're giving it the space a look, and then we learned that there's about 50 AI interviewers on the market right now, and just to discern how they're different, how they're similar, how you go about purchasing or making choices on those, we're diving right in.
Oh my gosh, so can you explain a little bit about that? Because you're the first person to actually bring that up specifically. So if anybody's watching who doesn't know, what is an AI interviewer? How does it work?
Sure. So when you think about the marketplace right now, most organizations are hit with a tidal wave of applicants. And so they're trying to figure out, how do I best calibrate and prioritize those candidates in that funnel to serve up to my hiring leaders and to give to my business. And before, we used to be able to look at that by screening at scale, if you will, or grading those applicants. But now with AI interviewers, people are able to, quote unquote, interview everybody. And so you're seeing it pop up where it's like, let's give everybody the opportunity to showcase their skills, showcase their talents through AI interviewers, and let's do that at scale. So before it was like we're grading people, now we're having conversations with everyone.
Wow, it's like scary but interesting at the same time.
It is very interesting. And so I think that's the best part about RecFest is how are recruiters receiving that? Because recruiters love making that human connection. They love those types of conversations. So it's like, how do they perceive that right now? And that's really what I'm learning here.
And what have you learned from recruiters? What have they been saying?
You know, it's 50-50. People love to have that streamlined top of funnel, get the best candidates in front of their hiring leaders in short order. And others really enjoy that process of building those relationships, because sometimes if that candidate isn't a fit, we might want to reach back out to them at another time, and you kind of miss that opportunity if you're not participating. So I'm learning still.
And how does that work? The